Hmm. Oh my, but I can't see through these glasses. I must have stuck my finger right in the middle of the glass. Okay, so this is test 1 in public. I tested and did a couple private ones, and they seemed all right there. I hooked up an Ethernet cable from my computer to my cable directly. This was the suggestion by several people, including StreamYard, although I don't think StreamYard is totally out of this. Hi, Greg. It is looking good. Great. It's definitely faster. I noticed how things have been getting slower and slower lately. But since so many others are having the same issue, we don't have the same internet. I don't think it's just me. Hi, Megan. Nice to see you. Good. Video seems fine now. That's wonderful. I have a huge amount of cord laying across my floor because my router is all the way on the other side of the room. So I had to buy a long one. And if it works, as it seems to be, then I'll have to see if my neighbor can figure some way to run it across the top of my ceiling or something. Because I can't have it in the middle of the floor. I'll be tripping over it. And I have to keep unhooking it every time I'm not using it, which is how often am I not on my computer when I'm sleeping. So, you know. So this was, and I started early, and then I thought, oh no, I quick changed it just back to 7 because I thought my aide was coming tonight, my original aide. Then it turned out she didn't, and the other one came. So I quick, and then when I looked at the thumbnail I made, it said 6 o'clock. It said, oh no, and it's almost 6 o'clock. So I was afraid it's going to be late. I'm going to do something with this though because I cannot see. That probably helps. Can't see with or without them, tell you the truth. It is a little better up close if they're my reading glasses. Okay, good. So the video. Hi, BA. Nice to see you. I was watching a couple of your videos earlier. Very nice, Greg. I can see clearly now. Now, I like my StreamYard better because that one I was trying to use through YouTube. It didn't seem like it had a lot of things, ways to even update it or anything. I did have comments, but that was it. There was no way of doing any of the stuff that you do with StreamYard. BA says hi to everyone. I think he got you all there. Oh no, Laura peeked in, snuck in after you. I didn't even see her. Hi, Laura. I hadn't looked at that one. I wouldn't have noticed you came in through. Yeah, so this is a test with an Ethernet cable. And the test looked fine, except it was dark. So I had to go in and change the settings on my computer. So I had to look for had to type search, how do I change the lighting on or the screen or whatever. I forget what I put in there finally. Got to the page to do that. And I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not, but it was super dark and it was earlier in the day. And even though the light was on, it wasn't lighting the whole room up. So everything behind me was dark, including me. And then when I fixed it, I became a little bit clearer, and not as dark, but now it's great again. So at least, hi, Allie. Allie's here. Did I miss anybody else? Hopefully nobody else. Nice to see everybody. And hopefully, everybody can see me. I finally broke down. I ordered it off of Amazon for 4 to 8 a.m. delivery. But it was so late at night on Sunday or Monday? Sunday. It had to be Sunday because I didn't stream Monday. So it had to be Sunday. I was on Amazon ordering it. It was so late. Even though it said 4 to 8 a.m. on the thing, it didn't mean that morning. But I did get it. I got it today. So I guess the order actually went in yesterday. And then they delivered it between this morning. It was there this morning at my door. So, Yeah, everybody's saying hi to everybody else. I think I didn't miss anybody else sneaking in. And then the times got all screwed up, and I had to quick change that at the last minute, so I was almost late. Hopefully tomorrow my aide will be back, but for how long, I don't know. So I'm going to change the times a little bit earlier. I changed them to 7 on Thursday and Friday, and Sundays are still 5 o'clock. Saturday and Sunday, because I don't have an aide on the weekend normally. I say that normally because the aide I have will make up on weekends if she misses during the week, because I'm entitled to 5 days. So she sometimes makes them up. And since she's currently pregnant, second one, the one that you guys have been talking to over the last few days, Jocelyn, she came today because my old aide will be starting again tomorrow, supposedly. But she's also pregnant. So neither I don't. Oh, somebody's knocking on my door. I'll be back. I'm sorry. I got a package from somebody. I don't know who it's from, but I just ordered them. I ordered a bunch of stuff from my planner, a bunch of stickers and pens, and I went a little crazy. I don't even know. I don't know who it's from. I hope it's mine because I'm feeling getting up again. Ugh, I'm still trying to eat dinner because I found out so long that I had only a few minutes to get back on. um, Here's something from I didn't see. BA says, I've been working on my website today and setting up my new blog. Yelp, I said it, blog. Maybe I will get 5 posts this year instead of 4. Oh, you're funny. I blog all the time. And Allie says, me? Is it a murderer? Also me. Murderers don't normally knock. Good point. But I have a neighbor who knocks at the most inopportune times. And I thought it was him. Excuse me. Then I saw the shadow in front of my door as I walked up. The shadow as the box was put down. I thought, oh. So I pulled it open and pulled the box in. But I have no clue who it's from. I can't see from here. But I did just order a bunch of stuff. I went a little crazy. You can see my dumbbells? Oh, when I moved, right? To say, how do you know there were dumbbells back there? I'm sitting in front of them. And I guess when I move, yeah, they probably are right in your view. uh, just dumbbells in the background. There are things up this woman you would never suspect. Well, one thing you probably would never suspect. The last time I picked up those dumbbells was probably 20 some years ago. Ah, Allie says, go open it. We're dying to know. Okay. That's from the other package that came earlier. Oh. Oh. Think about this one. Okay. This I forgot. This isn't pens and journal and planner stuff. This is my new continuous glucose monitor. This will mean I'm less pricking on my fingers. I'll be able to look at it whenever. This is block name. This person's using the same now. All right, they were blocked. That's a troll. They don't change their names too often, and they say stupid stuff. Okay, so this is the meter that I have to carry with me at all times because it won't work with my phone. But I went with this one because it has a warning on it when I'm becoming low. So hopefully I won't have those terrible lows I'm having. And they're going to try to figure out why I'm having them. They haven't been able to figure that one out yet. Why it suddenly drops as quickly as it does. Well, there's a ton of paperwork in there. Well, at least it's not too big. My hands are small. So it fills my hands. It's not as big as it looks. If that was a big person's hand, you wouldn't see it like that. Get it in the screen. But that's the reader. And I have to use this. I can't use my phone. But I wanted the alarms. So now I should not have to, once I figure out how this all works, of course. There's the fun part. You put on the thing that I have to wear all the time. I think it's good for 9 days or something like that. There's an interactive tutorial. Oh, it goes right into a web port of my USB port on my computer. It'll help me get started. That's good. Hopefully it's in English. Be much helpful if it's in English. And a box of supplies. So now I have the insulin pump, which I have to change every 3 days. And that saves me 4 shots a day. Every 3 days I change, and it's not painful. This is supposed to be similar, but it goes on probably on my arm. I don't know if I can put it on my abdomen or not. I don't have to put it on my arm, which makes it a little impractical. And it's hard for me to reach my arm. So I'll have to watch the tutorial to see how it all works. Normally I would go to the doctor's office and get training, but they're not open and taking patients. So I'm not going to get any training on it. Just scroll down the front of myself. I think I feel it somewhere. I never finished eating. So now that we had our curiosity assuaged, earlier I got the Ethernet cable, a package of another package of colored pens. I don't know why I did that, but I needed, in order to get this sooner, I had to have a certain amount, so I added more pens. And I got knives for cutting, because when I was doing the plan with me, I couldn't find my little cutter, and I needed, something to cut the washi tape and all. When I did my first plan with me, it's up. Not too bad for the first one, I guess, but certainly not color-coded or thought out or anything. Like, I need to think it out before I try to do it the day of. I need to think it out before. Have everything marked so I know what pages I need and whatnot. I'm not good enough to know by looking at the book what's in each book. I have to go through them and see. So I did my first plan with me, so that's up for this week's journal. I mean planner. I get them all confused. The bullet journal's in the planner, so technically it is a journal too. It's a bullet journal. I don't really journal in it, although I did get pages that fit that planner. If I get a feeling to start writing, I don't like to write things though, and depending on whether somebody's going to read it or not. Let's see. Allie says that's good. Okay, I'm going to go watch Netflix. All right. Well, enjoy it. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. So she's going to see Netflix. Greg says no matter how many pens you have, you never find. No, you can never find one when you need it. And I have a ton of colored ones. So you got to be very careful to make sure you're not using a colored pen on a document that needs to be legal. Not to be very, very careful. Allie has a bunch of grins on her face. Allie says, why I put my pens in a pen holder? I've got 2 pen holders. They do have some pens in it, but they got a lot more other stuff in it too. Scissors, and this one has not only scissors, pens, markers. It has staple removers. Usually there's a knife or 2 in the other one. My glasses are sticking in the other one. I need to clean them out. Get rid of the non-working pens and pencils that are taking up space and put these things. I have drawers that are full of pens, and I have packages of pens. I have more pens than I could possibly use in years. And I just gotta watch this cord so I don't go tripping over it. Okay. So we can do a sprint. I don't have any plan on doing anything, but I will set up a sprint. I need to finish my dinner. I took this insulin for, but my insulin's really high because I had injections in my knees yesterday. So the cortisone, I can't get my numbers down, even adding extra. Which means, that's right, I have to put that on. I wonder if it'll let me put on the extra now before I forget all about it. Maybe it will. Still the ring. Okay. So, are we ready for our first sprint? pen holder. That's funny. I would need 10s or 20 pen holders to hold the amount of pens I have in this house. Markers and highlighters. Tons of stuff. Now that everything's dry, I might go back with the highlighter and highlight a few things so that they stick out when I glance at the page. My appointments. So you guys want to sprint? Is this thing still lagging that you're answering me and I'm just not getting it? Like we'll need to order food, going to sprint, feeling slightly headed down. Definitely order that food for sure. Okay. I already know that Megan prefers 25, so I'm not even going to ask. I'll just change it to 25. She says sprint. Okay. I'll put the timer up. And I'm going to go in and change it. Reset it. Will that me? No, I have to click it back down. $20 minutes. Okay, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, great. Everybody's so far happy with the 25. I know we usually do 30 for most of us, but when someone prefers the smaller or shorter ones, I do try to be fair. You know, not everybody likes longer sprints, just because I do. I set them for 45 or an hour if it's just me, but it's not just me. So that's what I usually ask if I know there's somebody in the group that prefers something different. And that's not a problem. So I'm going to finish my eating, hopefully, before I start writing. And then I'll get into my writing. So I'm going to turn this off so you don't have to watch me eating. I'll be back. Okay. I finished eating. Wasn't exactly thrilled with it, but I finished eating. I've decided that I don't like white milk anyhow. Never have, even as a baby. My mother fought with me. I'll drink milk with chocolate in it. And until I had no lactose milk, I did not realize there was a difference. So I was drinking chocolate, no lactose milk, because I couldn't have lactose because of the colitis. And now I'm able to handle lactose again. I went to the regular milk because it's like 2 gallons. It was $2, I think, cheaper. So each gallon was $1 cheaper. Because I bought two. I think it was something like that. It's cheap. Obviously, they take something out, it's always going to cost more. But I did not like the chocolate milk made with regular milk after being all these, months now? November, December, January, almost 3 months. January, February, November. Almost 3 months on regular lactose-free milk. I decided I don't like regular milk. And I never did. And now I can see why, because there is a major difference. If I'd been drinking, I still probably wouldn't drink white milk, but it tastes so much better than regular cow's milk with lactose in it. So I'm probably going to go back to buying lactose-free milk because I'm just not happy with this at all. I don't drink it plain. I drink it with chocolate. I just happened to read the paperwork that came with this. Started to. And they're charging me $1,953.59. Now, so far, the insurance requires monthly billing for select items in this order. You may receive multiple explanation of benefits from your company. Once monthly billing occurs, if any additional amount is due, you may receive a bill from us. Anything that's back ordered is on. I don't see anything back ordered. I shouldn't have any. I certainly hope not. Between my Medicare and my Medicaid, I shouldn't have to pay anything. That's about the warning. I'm going to make a file for them now. Enough crap laying around. So this one box, $2,000 practically. And that's 1 meter and the many boxes of supplies they sent me. I think they said it's supposed to last me 3 months, I think. I hope they're right, because especially if I come by with a bill that I'm going to have to pay, which I shouldn't. Between the Medicaid and the Medicare, I should not have to pay anything, because I'm on several programs that pay my extra. Besides Medicaid, I have something else that pays that 20%, so that Medicare doesn't cover. So I shouldn't have any payments, but of course I'm sure that, it's pre-printed, it has to be on there. But $2,000 in that box. Oh. So I wrote one blog post. It was a haiku, which is a Japanese poem, 3 lines, 17 syllables total, 5 the first line, 7 the second line, 5 the third line. I can usually put these together pretty fast, and we're given words, so you can't just write whatever. I mean, you do have to use the words that you're given, which makes it a little bit harder. But I went ahead and threw that together pretty fast. That one, and those are the only thing I usually ever write down. I mean, as far as words go, It's 12 words total in that whole thing. And of course, everything that, the few things I write in the blog post, which isn't much, most of that's copy paste. It's just the piece that I write. But I don't bother counting these things. I only count when I'm writing my novel. And even then, I don't always, if there's not a reason for it. If I'm not counting them for nano or something, half the time I don't even bother counting my words. I don't have a word goal. I don't have anything like that set. I write just when I feel like it. And I don't always feel like it. And other times I want to and I don't want to sleep, which can be problematic. Many times I've gone all night with no sleep and had to get up early in the morning. And sometimes I just stay up. It's already morning, you know. That's the way I end up going. So how did you guys do? I know Laura had to leave, so she's not here. And Allie was going to watch Netflix, so she's probably not here. Greg was getting food. Don't know whether he got back or not. Did you do anything, Megan and BA? I guess it's Megan, BA, and Greg. I only got 3. Oh, it just popped the 4. So either somebody's come back or this thing isn't always right, so can't go by it. So did you guys manage to get anything done? Sometimes I take a while trying to figure out what I want to write. Of course, it takes time, especially when you're doing blog posts. All right, Greg's eating now. That's good. That's good to know. I don't want anybody passing out on me. It's bad enough I have to worry about myself passing out on me. I have to worry about you guys too. I'm waiting on, Melanie sent me the questions for the beta reader, but she didn't send anything specific to be corrected. I was hoping to have that in order to start correcting things I could correct. Some things have to be rewritten. I know that. But you wrote 777 words within the last 24 hours, so not bad. No, that's definitely not bad. Very good. Just got the notification today when the Worldwide Write-a-thon will be held. They made a decision on the date in March. Now, next is to see who's going to be the host, who's going to be the co-host. And she's doing all this on Discord, so I don't know how well all this is going to work out. But I don't know whether I'll be a host or co-host. It's kind of easier to be a co-host, though if you're a host, because if you're a host, you're in charge. And you don't know how many co-hosts you may end up having. I mean, with this Ethernet cable, I shouldn't be having any more issues. And with my computer being new, the camera and everything should be fine. So now I should be all right. BA got some, ow, I didn't even notice it. Like I said, sometimes your mind automatically puts in the right thing. So I didn't notice that. BA said, got some website work done. I totally forgot to update my video schedule from January. Yeah, I make these little schedule things and I never keep telling. I don't know why I think I'm going to. It's more just to keep my important things like doctor appointments I have to keep. Things like goals and stuff like that. I never know when I'm gonna feel like doing a video or when it's gonna be feasible. I got people around here that are noisy as all get out, and you can hear it throughout the video. So it's easier to do videos in the middle of the night when nobody's making noise. Because when I did the planner one, I did that in the middle of the night. After I finished printing, I set that up real quick, and I think it finally posted yesterday. It took forever to run through all the get it loaded on, because I'm getting problems uploading it into my editing software and working with it, and then the long wait for it to download off of there, and then to upload it into YouTube, and then do more editing of what had to be changed for the questions and stuff that YouTube does, and then the video takes longer to upload. Had to wait for it to finish uploading. It just takes so much time. Okay, says now I just need to work on the About Me page. I wrote it kind of quick and it needs a lot of work. It's hard doing About Me pages. I never know what to put in them. Also working on the theme to reflect 90s. I'm a 90s kid. I had my last kid in 1987. I'm not a 90s kid by any stretch of the imagination. I went through some of the 90s stuff because my kid was born in 87, my last one. The other two were born in 78, 79. So I'm not a spring chicken anymore. And I'm definitely not a 90s kid. Sometimes I feel a little awkward because I am a lot older than most. Not all. There are a few other Authortubers I notice that are in the older ends of life. But for the most part, they're young. They're either very young, like underage, and then you got your 20s and your 30s. That's, hey, Jocelyn. The what work? I've forgotten what we were talking about. So I'm not sure. Oh, the cable? Cable. Everybody tells me it looks much better. Yeah, the cable. Okay. I'm trying to think. Yeah, everybody says it looks much better. They can hear it and everything. So I guess they were right. It's definitely faster. Everything loaded faster and much. But I got a ton of cable laying across the floor right now, which is dangerous. I got to watch it when I'm walking, and I have to pick it up when I'm done. Disconnected from the router and bring it, across the floor, and so it's not laying across the floor to trip over. Does sound good. Good. And I'm moving. You should be able to see me move, which they said I was frozen. So I tried moving this down, but I don't think it goes any further down. I'm short. So, a taller person is up here and my face is down here and I'm hunched. Doesn't help. Craig says, why do you care that they are young? All those people should be glad that they can write and be as active as you when they get to your age. Well, it is true what you say, but I feel uncomfortable because they are all so much younger than me. I mean, I'm doing pretty good for myself. I can't complain, but I do feel awkward sometimes with all these young people. Things are so different. We're so different from me. This is all stuff I learned as an adult, not as a child. These kids all grew up on computers. Something I learned when I was later in life. We got our first computer, and I'll tell you, if you've had any experience with the first computers, there were no hard drives. So you started something up. If you wanted games, you hand typed them in, or you found somebody who had already done it and copied a disk somehow. They didn't have much. There were no hard drives. even data processing software, word processing software, wasn't available for quite a while after we got our first computer. So that was, my daughter was 4. She was born in 79. So in the early 80s, the first computers came out. We got one of the first ones that came out. Nothing like what we got today by any stretch of the imagination. And we thought they were great. But today's kids grow up on this stuff, you know, and it's just, I feel a little like smartphones. I struggle with the smartphone. And, you know, people automatically think I can just do whatever on a smartphone. No, I'm lucky I can answer the darn phone when it rings. Johnson says, yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, I've had several people say that they like the fact that there's several different age groups. You get the perspective of different people. It's just my problem. I feel awkward. Not that anybody else has a problem with me. I have a problem because I just feel awkward. But I'm getting better as time goes on. I'm accepted. Everything's fine. I'm just awkward. I just feel awkward. And some things that, you know, I just feel really backwards on. And I did stop a long period of writing because I got so freaked out with that rejection slip I got when I was a teenager. I quit writing for 40 years. So I essentially just started writing a little over 10 years ago. That was a long time that I quit writing. So I started writing 10 years ago. I created a blog and I started blogging and it took over. I've got, my oldest blog is over 1,000 subscribers. I have another one and I forget how many are there, pretty close. And then this is my new one, of course, it's just starting and it's got less than 200. But I get new people all the time. Some of them are people from other blogs when they realize that, you know, I have another blog. And every now and then I'll publish that I have another blog. Let's see. Greg says, did you say in a previous stream that you were a technician or a software engineer in the past? I was in IT. I was the person you came to set up your computer, fix your computer. I put all the data in the company's data. I forget a lot of things now. My mind simply doesn't function correctly. The company's database. I had to transfer the data and I was terrified every time I hit that button because I was responsible for what got put in there because you have to update the information. And it's like, oh my God, please don't mess this up. Please don't mess this up. You know, and everything that came in had to run through me first because they didn't send us files that were ready to be downloaded into the, or uploaded into the database. I had to fix all the information. And that would be every time they sent an update. So every month they sent an update, and every month I went through that same process. And I wrote programs to make it easier on me because otherwise it'd take me forever to try to fix it. So I wrote programs. I did web design. But in the last 15 years, I've not done any of that stuff. Time has marched on. Technology has gone way beyond what I learned. I mean, it changes so fast as it is. Yes, I wrote computer code. I have programming skills. Like I said, I wrote programs in my job to make my updates easier. I would run a program on it and it would clear up all that data. You know, all the mistakes that were in there because they just dumped junk in there. They didn't care. They sent stuff over to us and we had to fix it. So I wrote a program to clean up the data software before it was uploaded. And then I had to upload that whole thing into the database. And if I made a mistake, my ass was grass. So man, it was hard. And then I went to school for computer programming as well as web design. All my websites were handwritten. We did not have software like they have now, like what BA uses. They didn't have that stuff. We hand wrote every bit of code that went in our websites. And they took a lot longer to do than what you can do. It would take a lot longer to update. No drag and drop and all that stuff. No, we hand wrote every little piece of computer code in that. But I haven't done that stuff in 15 years. So unfortunately, my mind is going between all the medications. The fibromyalgia messes with your mind. The drugs I'm on, legal drugs. I don't take illegal drugs. They're legal drugs. But they mess with your mind. And it's hard. Which programming language were you using? We learned Java, JavaScript. I forget some of the others. One that's really old, and I can't think of what it is now. More DOS-based. It's kind of pretty much, it's still being used by some companies, but we had to learn it. It was kind of a waste of time. But then I went to, believe it or not, went to a job where I said to my daughter, do you still have your old book on, I can't remember the name of the language. She's like, yeah, why? I said, because believe it or not, this job uses that stuff. So I needed the book. I threw mine out because I figured it wasn't, of use. They said it was going out of style. We were the last class to have it. What did I need that book for? So I got rid of it. Thankfully, she still had hers because that did help me there. So we did Java and JavaScript. Gosh. What else did we learn? Besides web design code, the coding you use HTML. So we learned HTML for websites. I just saw it jump on me. Did you ever write computer code? I have programming videos on my channel, by the way. It's been a long time since I've written code. Probably 15 years. BA says, which is your new blog? You need to go check it out. Oh, well, it's up at the top of the screen. I usually keep the one on the bottom right, and I don't have it turned on right now. The one at the top of the screen where it says www.tessadeanauthor.com. That's my newest blog. And there are links on there to go to the older blogs. I usually put the banner up at the bottom too. I've said, which programming language were you using? COBOL. We did not learn COBOL. Basic at one point. C, we did not learn. The funny thing is, the only thing I could think of is Java and JavaScript. I know there were other programs, but or maybe it was basic. Maybe it was basic. I don't think we learned COBOL. And the other one, gosh, it was really weird because it was like almost a DOS type of setting, but companies were still using it. I was surprised to say that. Tessa Dean, I would have had to pay you to create an I would have had to pay you to create and update my website. Otherwise, we would never have had a website. At one time, yeah, we were in high demand, but now the companies out there have made it easy with the way the programs are. You can type your own stuff in. You can You can click and drag and drop things where you want it. It's all, you know, automated practically for you. Whereas at one point, yeah, that was a big thing. We could write programs for, you know, make websites for people, but it it's not as big a thing now. I don't know. I don't know what the big companies, if they still have, you know, people do it by hand, or whether they do all theirs the same way with these kind of programs. I really don't know. It's really hard to say. But I was in IT and I knew how to set up a computer, take it apart. I could fix most people's problems. I understood how programs worked when they couldn't figure out what a program was supposed to do. I could go in there and figure out what they did wrong, because it was, everything sort of ran on the same sort of thing. So if you knew that particular thing, you could go to any web page and or program or something and figure things out. But things are kind of different now, so I don't know. And I used Fox Pro. If I'm trying to think, it's been a while. I think it was Fox Pro, where I wrote all those little programs to update my database work before I uploaded it into the database. Hi, Charlie. How are you? I saw you briefly on Megan's last night when I was popping in and out. Was that last night? No. Sunday. Sunday? I don't even know what today is. I think it was Sunday. I saw you on Megan's party. Let's put it that way. I know you were there. So yeah, I could do all that stuff, but my mind has just disintegrated deeply, and I don't do it anymore. I don't have a need for it. I tried creating. I bought a domain. I got the GoDaddy to, you know, with all the stuff to set it up, and I started creating on my own, handwriting. Still wasn't using those programs that are out there. I was handwriting all my code to set up my website and everything. So I went and found was able to find one of them, and I copied the stuff we had used, the code, because I couldn't remember it all from way back then. So right now we're going through a lot of hellos. Charlie says, my new laptop arrived and I'm testing to see what it can do. Well, that's great. And I think that was what, an anniversary present, if I'm not mistaken. So happy anniversary. Late. I guess. I vaguely caught part of that night when you talked about it. So that's cool. I'm not really good with laptops, so I was glad to find this one that has a camera, desktop that has a camera now and all in it. And now I have an Ethernet cable because I was having so much trouble. And I thought it was the problem with StreamYard. I'm still not sure it isn't, because a lot of people are having problems. Now, either everybody's internet is no good or StreamYard has some issues. I know Jules' site is still pretty bad. And she had tried rebooting, which was the first thing they told me to do. Then they said get an Ethernet cable. So now I have an Ethernet cable, and it seems to be working a lot better. It's faster. BA says, Charlie, yay, new laptops are exciting. Charlie said, yes, it was. Yeah, it's happening to a lot more. Who was I watching the other night? And they were having the exact same problems. And I said, see, it's not just me. And we all don't have the same cable company. So I think StreamYard has a lot of problems. Hi, BH. I think StreamYard has a lot of problems. They're not going to admit that they're overrun because so many people are joining YouTube and starting to stream right away. I don't think their system is set up to handle this many people, but they're not going to admit that. they're going to use everything else and tell you to do. This one is moving so fast it is making me feel slow. Well, they always start fast. It doesn't take long to start slowing them down, though. As soon as you start adding your stuff back in, it'll start to slow down. I couldn't believe putting the cable on made such a big difference. Things got a lot faster with that cable on. So I'm now directly hooked into my router, not going through my Wi-Fi, which was total. I mean, they said I was so bad. I was robotic voice and I was freezing up, and I tried using YouTube's and that wasn't really much better. I finally gave up the other night, ordered a and went ahead and ordered the Ethernet cable. I said, all right, fine, we'll try it. So far, everybody says it looks pretty good, so. He got me a new MacBook Pro with everything dialed up to max. Wow, that's a nice husband. Oh, gosh, that is definitely a nice husband. I'm so happy for you. I was thinking about getting a MacBook, but I don't like laptops. Don't know Mac. And my daughter says, yeah, it is a lot different. But they're all Mac now over there. My daughter, because she learned Mac because she was a computer graphic artist. So she learned Mac. So when she got a chance, she switched from, the regular PCs, the Windows and all, and she went to Mac. And she said all her kids are getting Mac computers. Megan says, I can't wait to see all the stuff you do on the new computer. Yeah, look at what she did on the old one. And now this one. Of course, Charlie, you take on too much work. You agree to everything everybody says to you. You're as bad as me. I always say, sure, I'll do that. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm hoping to be able to do a lot more now. You've got to take it easier. Driving yourself to a frazzle. There's such a limit. There is such a thing as a limit. Really. I tend to do the same thing, so what should I say? They set the date for the Worldwide Write-a-thon. I don't know if you noticed that yet or not. Your render times are so much faster. Well, maybe mine will be with the cable too. Now that I'm not going from the stupid Wi-Fi, I'm coming directly from the router. Maybe mine will be faster too. And it takes hours otherwise. But yeah, they set the date for the Worldwide Write-a-thon, so they'll be doing the hosts soon. BA says, I got the MacBook Air a couple of years ago. I don't think I will ever go back to PC. And because of that, I have already started saving up. Yeah, I don't like change. And I'm not really great with laptops. I know it would be easier because I could just, if I felt like going and sitting in the bed and do it, I could go sit in the bed and do it if I wanted to. Or in a different chair that's more comfortable. Right now, I'm kind of limited to what I got. So laptops do have advantages that my desktop doesn't have. I was trying to do a video the other day, and the rendering time was driving me crazy. It was taking hours for everything. Upload to this, upload to that, upload to this, import, export, import, export. I thought it was going to be there for days. It was taking hours. And then I was trying to to get it into YouTube, and there was more hours. I'm like, this is ridiculous. So instead, I got a all-in-one computer. Everything is in the monitor. There's no CPU unit to worry about kicking my feet all the time, and everything's plugged into this monitor. Everything is in there. I'm like, it's amazing, and it has the camera and the mic and everything in it. So I'm happy. I've got an all-in-one. Takes up less space. All it takes up is the space the monitor took up. So I'm happy. For now. I wasn't happy with all the problems with live streams. That was making me very unhappy. Now, if this cable is all I needed to fix it, well, at least I've got that fixed. And maybe it will help the rendering times, since I'm going direct and skipping the Wi-Fi, which would cut out all the time. I would have to keep restarting something up and go. It would go a little bit further, then it'd stop. And then I'd start it again, and it'd go a little bit further, and it would stop. It was like taking me forever to do anything. So maybe this will cut out a lot of that problem. Right now, I have a huge cord in the middle of my living room floor. I have to worry about tripping over. So I have to make sure I unhook it before I go to bed, so it's not all over the floor, the trip over, because I'll trip over nothing. I can trip over a cord that's there. And if it is working, maybe I'll see if my neighbor's willing to figure out some way of climbing up, if he can. Climbing up and hanging it on the ceiling. Because it came with hooks. I mean, obviously can't have it across the floor all the time. And I usually keep my computer on, so having that, there's no way of getting it direct there without going along the top of the ceiling and all the way around the door, down and all the way around the other wall, and then down to the router. I mean, when it was set up, I never thought much about it one way or the other. And I probably could have gotten a 25, but 25 may not have made it all the way around if I hook it up to the ceiling. It may have made it from here to the router, but it may not allow for it to be hung, because that's going to take up, extra feet for doing all that, getting it up high and whatnot out of the way, if you can even do it. I know I may have to ask my daughter and son-in-law to do it. I can't get him to do it. So, do you guys want to sprint again? We've been talking for a little while. Well, Charlie, the render times being faster should cut down on the time it takes you to do all this work you keep volunteering for. Are you doing the worldwide write-a-thon this year? I thought I saw your name in there, but I can't remember for sure. Okay, you want to sprint again? All righty. All right, Charlie. I hope you can do it too. Let me set the timer up for 25 minutes. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Well, time goes fast. I working on the 30th, sorry, the 30th part of my prompt story that is going to be book 2. And it just suddenly dawned on me that I'm writing these prompts about 2 people with just occasional parts of the family dropping in if they, somehow are part of that little piece that I'm writing. But if they're going to be the second book, I am going to have to do more with the family. They're going to have to be more part of this book. I can't just have the book be about one member of the family, with a few family members mentioned occasionally. And I think it's going to be the mother who is going to be the connection to book 1, because I think she's going to end up being the female main character's co-worker. And I have to decide which. First, I was going with the restaurant job, and that's what I've been writing all these prompts for. If I change it to the doctor job, which would give them more money, then I have a lot of changing to do when I actually go to take this as a book. Hi, Amelia. Nice to see you. Hopefully you can see me now. We got, hopefully, things fixed. Greg got 89 words, but he got quite distracted. I understand that. It happens. No problem. 89 words is still 89 more than you had. But I was thinking about all this while I was trying to type today's portion, and I'm thinking, oh man, I'm going to have to figure this. I mean, I already know I have to outline. I can't just take that and dump it in. It's not a brain dump. It's not going to work that way this time. I have to actually write things down. I have to separate them out further. I have to add things in to make it more cohesive. And then I remembered the rest of the family. I need to include them. I mean, the main book, the second book is going to be about them. They have to be included. So there really is a lot of work going to be needed on that, besides what I'm doing now. That's just like a little bit of a starter, but it's not going to work as the whole story, obviously. And I know it can't start there. It has to start somewhere else. But I have to make the connection to book 1 first. So I think the connection is going to be the mother to the female main character in book 1. I think that's what I have to do. Some of you will know what I mean. Who I mean. I know Megan's read it. She knows who I'm talking about. And the 2 jobs. I have to think about that. Which job? Which job are they friends at? Are they close? And then I have to figure a way of adding them in, I have an idea how I'm going to add them to the story so that there's a connection that has to do with the job. So that time did go quick, didn't it? Yeah, Amelia, I think everything's fixed. Everybody says it looks great. I had to get an Ethernet cable and connect it directly to my router, to my computer. Couldn't use my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi was just not putting out enough. Whatever it puts out, wasn't putting it out. Megan was on Twitter, didn't get anything productive done that time. I was on Twitter earlier. I did the same thing. I was sitting there and I'm like, oh my gosh. And then I made this thing earlier tonight. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to be there at 6. I put a template. I mean, a new thumbnail. I made a new thumbnail. I didn't use my normal one. And I specifically put on there 6 o'clock. I'm like, I'm going to do this at 6 o'clock. And it was almost 6 o'clock then when I realized it. So I'm a little behind trying to get myself caught up. So I understand that. But everything looks pretty good. Let's see. Wow, that went quick. Got all my new website updates published. Not for that, about me. page. I guess we'll work on it on the next sprint. I still say that about me pages are harder anyhow. Amelia says, I'm getting caught up in my own book world, planning on standing on sequel when my first book isn't very fleshed out. And sometimes the second one comes before the first one. You wouldn't be the first person to have that happen. BA says, got several paragraphs. Great. Yay, she says. Yeah, that's great. Charlie, she says, I spent the whole sprint trying to install a program that it wouldn't tell me isn't compatible with version 11 of the OS. It wouldn't tell you it wasn't compatible? But obviously it isn't if you can't get it in, right? Oh, jeez. That could be problematic when if you have to start buying new programs because you're getting something that's a little bit more upgraded and you need you need more programs because the ones you have aren't going to work the way you wanted them to. Oh boy. Well, I've been writing, maybe not on my book, but in a way I am, because this is all going into a book. It's gonna one of these days I got to stop writing and start putting the document together, so I can just add it to the document as I write them. Right now they're all on the blog and they all have to be copy pasted over into Word. And there's 30 pieces already, so it's going to take me a while when I do that. But it's the only way I can start writing on it, and then I need to start numbering them and seeing where fill-ins have to be filled in, where things have to be pushed apart or added together, you know, add things to different, just like I said, there were some times where there'd be like 3 pieces and they would all be the same day, and then it would jump months. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff has to be done so it runs more freely together, you know, and not jump all over the place. My first book started out all in 1 week, and then the ending, of course, had to be taken a few months out. Oh, I drank all the milk. There isn't anymore. Oh, let's see. Charlie says, no, it said it needed permission to run, but it had permission. Oh, that sucks. Mary says, I always find about me or about the author page the hardest to write. Always weird to talk about yourself in the third person. Yeah, I agree with you there. I definitely do agree with you there. I'm not sure what I did on my blog. I have to probably update all that anyhow, because the more I learn about me's, I think what I wrote probably doesn't work right. Greg says, call me strange, but I don't think it's progress when the old software no longer works with the new stuff. No, but that's how they get you to buy the new stuff. They make sure it doesn't work. That's the whole idea. So you have to buy all new stuff. Nah, Charlie says they will push an update soon. I just wish they would have told me that it wasn't compatible in the system requirements. We should have to search the support forums to find out. Well, there's always problems setting that up at first, so I guess it's not unusual. It'll take you a little bit till you get it the way you want it anyhow. I guess in ways it should be part of the fun, setting up a new one. Getting it to be just the way you want it to be. So, yeah. Yeah, I hate it when the old software no longer works with the new. Like you can go one direction, but you can't go the other direction, which used to make it difficult. I forget which is which, but You could go one way, but you couldn't go the other way. So you could either use new to old or old to new. I can never remember which one it is. Now that we're talking about me pages, makes me wonder. I did a pretty decent, I thought, update for my book, which I need. Oh, I think I need to add that to the end of that memoir, which is finally done, and all my blog. I don't think I included a page about me. I know we did all the stuff that went in the front of the book. I put that on the page, but I'm not sure. Oh, and it still needs a cover. I have to make a cover. I better make a note. I got so many things I have to do. So I need cover for the memoir. An about me page. It's all one page. I don't know why I'm calling it a page. On my blog, of course, is a page. And on my memoir, it'll just be part of it. I'll have to put it probably at the top with all the rest of the other copyright stuff and all that stuff, rather than at the end like you would maybe with a book. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing I just do it. I don't know what the actual things are that you're supposed to do, you know? Amelia says, to Greg, I think differently. Everything eventually dies out and isn't supported sooner or later. I have a lot of apps on my phone that says this is no longer supported by the author. I'm like, interesting. So there's a lot of things that I had on my phone, and I tried to put on the new phone. I can't because they're not supported any longer. Now that's interesting. BA says to Amelia, yes, it is. I don't like talking about myself anyway. Charlie says, I am not at the point in this draft where I wonder if anyone will ever want to read it or care about the characters. Oh, Charlie. You have so many drafts going, don't you? I know you made a promise not to start anything new, but every time I turn around, there seems to be something new you want to start. I wonder if you're following your not going to start anything new rule or not. Me, I don't make those rules. I write what I want, when I write, and when I want it. Screw it. Greg says, that's the Apple slogan. Think different. That's how they own you. While what you say is right up to a point, there is no reason that always be true for computers, especially at the rate it is going. Charlie says, yeah, and this is why. Yeah. This is why I have 6 projects ongoing, because when my anxiety acts up, I switch projects. I don't tend to necessarily stick to one. I mean, you figure I work on my blog. They're all different. Then I work on my novel. And I work on, different things. And now I've got novel 1 in beta, and novel 2 is starting up. I've got an idea for 3, which is previously written on Nano, and I would have to do a lot of changing, but I think I can make that part 3. And then the original part 2 is now It's now pushed to the back somewhere because I can't think of what to do with it. And maybe I shouldn't have it too close to the first one anyhow, because it would be the same group of characters. It'd be nobody new. It'd be all the same people. I don't know if that's good or bad, to tell you the truth. So I got a lot going on myself. Amelia says to Greg, yeah, I think that is fair. At least with game consoles, they come out with new stuff every couple of years and sometimes have backwards compatibility. That's the word I was trying to think of earlier. Computers always update so fast. They do. And the technology, which is why I couldn't just jump. If I had to suddenly go back to work, I couldn't go back to work in technology because 15 years out of the business, it's too far ahead of me. I'd have to go back to school and start all over again. And that's not happening. Not that I'm going back to work. I'm disabled. I'm not going anywhere. But if I were, I couldn't go back to what I was doing. So at the end, what I was doing, I would never want to do again, and that was being in a call center. That's what put me out on disability in the first place. It started physical, and it was slowly building, and the anxiety was getting worse, and it was getting worse, it was getting worse, and I'm like, I can't deal with this, I can't deal with this. I was having panic attacks. Every phone call, didn't even have to be a bad phone call, I'd have a panic attack. And so this is getting out of hand. The physical kept getting worse and worse, and then I finally said, look, I got to go to the doctors. I know I'm not supposed to take time off, but I can only be seen during the day. I have to take the time off. They're like, go do what you have to do. Get yelled at for it, but I went and did it, and then eventually I ended up having to go out on disability, and then by that time the anxiety was so great that we just added it into my disability. The whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle. So I know what anxiety can do to you, believe me. Mine's so bad right now, I'm tearing my fingers apart. Because when I get anxious, I bite the skin off my hands. And they're so bad right now. They're bleeding. They hurt. I have no skin on them. And if it gets even worse, then I start digging at the palm and then pulling the skin off the palm. And it's not nice. And that's what I do when I get super anxiety. And that's where I'm at right now. It's getting that bad. And I'm on anxiety medicine. I'm not but doing this alone. I have anxiety medicine. And it's high dose now. It's not the highest I've ever been, but it is pretty high. But I don't want to. I may have to beg her to put me back on the higher dose because I can't function. I'm having a heck of a time functioning. And I am constantly tearing my fingers apart and they hurt. Okay, are we ready for another sprint? Greg says, have you tried ASMR on YouTube? Does that do anything for your anxiety, stress? I do not know what that is. Never heard of it. But if it's some kind of visualization thing, no, it's not going to do nothing. I tried relaxation. I tried visualization. I tried all the stuff. I tried therapy. And right now, part of the problem is I don't have a therapist. My therapist and I had to split when she took another job because I couldn't. She went out on her own and I couldn't pay her prices. She didn't take insurance. And I was paying nothing at the other doctor where she worked at because I had been there so long. And when he didn't take my insurance, he just said I could go pro bono. He was fine with that. I've been a long time patient. He gave me 4 free sessions every month. But, you know, her sessions, even the cheapest rate for the people that needed help was $70 a session. I didn't have $280 a month to throw at someone for. I pay for my psychiatrist out of pocket. Thank God she's only every 4 to 6 months, depending on how bad things are. Right now, my bipolar is under control, pretty much. It's the anxiety that's a mess. He says anxiety is never good. No, it's not. Amelia said the pandemic gave me a whole new level. Yeah, of social anxiety. Thought I had it bad before, then it got better. Then the virus hit. Now it's really debilitating. That's what making things much worse right now. Things were bad enough beforehand, but the pandemic just made it a whole lot worse. Charlie said the Amelia word. Thank you for that. Wish I could take advantage of that, but at this point in the process, I know drafts are unintelligible for anyone but me. What did I miss? Oh, I did miss something. It jumped again. All right. He's replying to Amelia to Charlie. Yeah, I had that problem too. If it would help, I could read your stuff and give advice and compliments. My beta reader doesn't know how to compliment or breaking bad news politely. Oh gosh. So that's when Charlie said thank you, but it wouldn't work. Okay. Megan says my anxiety is so bad, and I'm looking to go back to work. Yikes! Oh my. That I couldn't do. If you told me right now, all right, we're not giving you disability anymore, or you have to go back to work. Not only do I have to worry about the physical aspect, I have the mental aspect. And getting a job was always the worst for me because I couldn't get through the job interviews and, trying to find a job and dealing with all that. And then learning a new job, meeting new people I don't know, don't like new people. It takes a while to get used to somebody. Learning a new job, I can't learn like I used to. My mind is pretty shot. I'm on all these drugs that make me fall asleep in the middle of things all the time. It's like I'm not able to go back to work. No way. But said, strangely, my anxiety got better with the pandemic. I can hide behind a mask now. Well, it's great to be able to say, oh, the pandemic is at fault, but most of us had anxiety problems beforehand. This just makes it worse. I mean, anxiety has been, I was one of the few babies probably in the world who've been on tranquilizers in their baby bottles. I mean, that's where my life started. And when I became a little bit older, my mother followed me around everywhere I went. And every time something happened, which was always a traumatic event, no matter what it was for somebody else, for me, it was traumatic. She was right there with the anxiety medicine tranquilizer. And like, here, come on, take it now. I'm like, God, my mother was always right there, with the tranquilizer because I was a mess ever since I was a baby, and it hasn't gotten any better. Right now, I need therapy again, but I can't afford it. I don't want to go through my insurance because then I would lose my psychiatrist. I don't have the therapist, so it wouldn't matter, but they always make you go to their psychiatrist. I have somebody that I know cares about me as a person and not just as somebody in the book and another number. And this is, oh, well, you have this. Well, you go ahead and take this pill. It'll work for. I couldn't take most of the medicine they have out nowadays. I can't handle it. It doesn't work for me. ASMR is people talking or doing stuff close to a mic. It is interesting and has a lot of subgenres. You may not like people eating ASMR, but you may like cat purring ASMR. Interesting. There's a calming instinct? I don't even know what I think would calm me down. Hi, Kitty. Nice to see you. I almost forgot I started this thing at 6 and I told Blue I'd stay. I'm like, I can't stay. I gotta go. I almost forgot I had this at 6. Um, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything. Sometimes I find the ocean, sounds of the ocean, kind of, uh, kind of helpful. So Kitty's here now. Charlie says, oddly, 2020 made the outside world look like the anxiety-filled fever dreams in my head, so it was oddly calming. 2020 really messed me up because I lost my therapist at the end of 1919, and then 2020 was just a total disaster, and it just got worse and worse and worse as time was going on. Kitty Wright's been bouncing around and so exhausted. Oh, I'll make sure she knows. I think I left her a message. I tried to write it real quick saying that I forgot that I was streaming at 6 and I had to go. I was trying to eat, but I didn't get finished in time. And I did make it within a minute or so to get this started, so I wasn't really late, but almost. Greg says, I will leave you for a while. I might be back later. All right. Good night. If you don't come back, see you another time. Kitty writes, world is a crazy, crazy place. Sure is. Sure is. Anyone want to sprint now? Because I've got a story to write, so I don't know about the rest of you. Hopefully you have something to do. Time's flying though. It's been almost 2.5 hours. Hard to believe. All right. Let me go ahead and set the timer. All right, Kitty, we're currently doing 25 minutes. I usually do 30, but Megan prefers 25 and a couple others. So we're doing 25. Is that okay? You too, Amelia. Is 25 okay? 30 is my normal amount. I usually, when I have newer people on, I ask them. 25 is fine. All right, we're going with 25. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. I got the story for my long prompt done, part 30. That's done and posted. So, basically, that's about all I got done. It was pretty longer than I planned on. Okay. Sure, I guess I have a sprint. Kitty says, let's get it done. Got some for funsies writing to do. That's always fun. Amelia said, we can sprint. I have so much to do, trying to decide what to start with. Yeah, that's one of my problems, where to start. I jump around a lot. Kitty said, that's perfect. Amelia says, both 25 and 30, whatever's good. BH says, I've got about 760 words in the last 2 sprints we did. That's pretty good. My goal was to reach 1K today, but I still have chores, so I'm going to work on those. Plus, I crawled out of bed late. That's quite a few words. Don't knock it. You did good. It was noon. It was afternoon when I crawled out of bed. Don't feel bad. Kitty writes, plus 837. Yay. Good going. Charlie says, I gave up on back to editing a video. Oh, well. It doesn't matter. It's still work that has to be done. So, do whatever makes you happy. That's the way I figure it at this point. Do what makes you happy. I've got to learn my video editing program, the easy one. I still haven't figured that one out before I can even try the other one. I have to learn how to cut parts out, cut it apart and maybe insert something in it so you can do like a little intro and then put your start. I have an intro that's made, but I have to put it at the beginning and just let the middle run. I put a 1-page, what do you call it? It's like an intro, like with my topic on it. I put that in there because I can just drop that down into place after making it. And then video runs, and then I have an outro. Now, I've been watching videos on how to make my own ending, and add the subscribe and put the things in. And I've been seeing people do them instead of using the one I had made from Fiverr. So his is all animated and has, subscribe and clicking the button and all that stuff. So it's kind of like that. But it doesn't have any doesn't have any way of putting the end card on there, because if I do, it's going to go right over that ending and it'll look ridiculous. So I need to figure something else out, and I need to learn editing. I need to figure out some way of learning this editing. Charlie says, I think I'm going to be doing a lot more videos because I have discovered a passion that I never knew I had before. I really like making videos now. Well, that's great, because it seems to me not too long ago you were going on about how much you hated them. And now you like them? That's great. My biggest part is trying to figure out what to have a video about. Now that I got the plan with me videos, that'll take up one a week. I can do that. That'll add to my thing, because I still don't have too many other ideas. Kitty says, I still need to watch videos for my class. Just letting my brain process what I've learned so far. Oh, homework, yeah. Amina said I wrote a bit, did a bit of homework, helped my mom fend off a big spider, and some laundry. Oh, yeah, I remember your vlog mess. 25 videos in 25 days. That would drive me crazy. And I think you edited them all too, didn't you? It changed you. It really did. Wow. BA got all the updates published to the site. That's good. Now, are you done with it, or are you still going to be playing with it? Are you happy now, or are we still playing? Amelia says, my hardest part making videos is the editing, because seeing myself on video gives me so much anxiety. I've gotten used to it, especially now that I, stream. I see myself all the time. That doesn't bother me. It's I never can figure out what to do them on. Charlie says, yep. Yeah, I didn't do Vlogmas. I don't think I could have come up with 25 videos. Plus editing. It takes me forever to edit something. And it can never edit it. Like I said, so much trouble. And my computer was so slow. Did I have the new one yet? Yeah, I think I had it for Christmas. We got it around Thanksgiving sometime. I think. I got itchy back. Could use another pair of hands here. Oh. Roller helps a little bit. Just some of it. I just don't know how the editing programs really work that well. That's my biggest problem. Actually, it was 26 and 25 days. 26 and 25 days because they also did a music video. Wow. It's a lot of videos. I struggle with 1 or 2 a week. Now I have to try and do the plan with me every week. That means I have to set up a plan earlier, not the day that the week starts. This is going to take at least a day or more for editing and all. Of course, it might render faster being on the cable now, but I have to plan it out. What goes on it? Try to make it color coordinated. I just threw one together to get it made and get it done. But I need to take a day and sit down and actually sketch one out, figure what I need, choose my videos, choose my stickers and colors and all that stuff. Mary said, well, you could give writing tips, talk about your project, blog, make an intro video for your channel, or just about anything, really. I don't give a lot of writing tips because I really don't feel comfortable that I know enough about writing. I write, but am I doing it the right way? I don't know. So I feel a little uncomfortable doing too much when it comes to giving tips. I do talk about my projects. Vlogs, done a few of them. Done a few apologies too. Missing live streams because I was in the hospital and couldn't do anything about it. The one hospital I was in, Charlie probably remembers, I was able to get on and I had internet connection there. I didn't have to do it with my phone. And I dropped by a lot of Charlie's live streams or anybody else's I could think of when they were happening. So with the second hospital trip I just went to, I didn't have enough time to cancel my scheduled stream. So I missed it completely, and people had gone to it. And the hospital, I had to use my phone, and since it was hard to keep it plugged in and watch the videos, and they keep changing YouTube. I finally figure out what I'm doing, and they change YouTube on me. So I read mainly. I did have the Kindle app on my phone, and I had ordered a bunch of books, so I started reading. Because I couldn't it was too hard for me to watch live streams and contribute when I could barely, function on my phone. I'm not very good with it. Not phone savvy. Mina says I always have trouble limiting myself to a genre, so I haven't made a channel, really. I'm not limited to a genre. I do a blog, and I blog all different kinds of things. And even though I don't like fantasy and sci-fi very much, I have some stories that have ended up being in that category. So I just now kind of settled into the mystery thriller type stories. But I wouldn't call that my genre. I haven't really done more than one book so far, sort of. It's in beta right now. There's a lot of changes to be fixed. The long prompt I'm writing right now, I keep talking about, could be a young adult romance, but it's not really my genre. So I'm trying to figure out how I can make it into the thriller. That's what I'm trying to figure out, how to connect it to book one. I have another one I could possibly make 3, another one I can make 4. So I have 4 ideas so far. But just having an idea doesn't mean it's going to happen. Have to put work into it. It doesn't just happen on its own, unfortunately. BA says, for now, I think I have it the way I've always wanted it. I have 1 blog up, and now I am working on another. That will be 2 down. Only 3 to go to beat last year's post. Oh my gosh. I have 3 blogs. One, the new one, is the one that I update most often. The other 2 may get an occasional update. But one's my original one that I made and has all my old stuff in it. The second one has the middle stuff in it. And the third one has the new stuff in it. And the third one doesn't have ads and stuff. I paid to have all that taken out. Millie says, no, they change YouTube every month. I watched a YouTube parody video where they made fun of them for that. Well, I'm on a smartphone, which I am no good with. And I think I finally got down how it functions, and they changed it on me. And they changed it again, and I can't figure out how to get anything. It drives me crazy. Mega said, well, when I say genre, I mean a video genre. I like every form of art. I like the idea of finding things in bodies of water with scuba gear or magnificent, and I love gaming. So you're not necessarily thinking about a writing channel. You certainly don't want to do all those in one channel. You want to have a separate channel for each one of them. They're nothing alike. It's one of the biggest things they say is make your channel one thing. Because if people sign up because you wrote this great story and they think you're a great writer, and then all of a sudden you put a yoga video in there, they're going to freak out. It's not what they signed up for. Or vice versa. If they signed up for yoga videos and you suddenly post stories in there, the same thing goes. So, yeah, you need to pick something or make several different channels. And that's hard. Keeping up with more than one is very hard. Charlie said that's why I have 2 channels, one for personal author and the other for music pop culture. Yeah, it's a good idea. Everything you see on successful channels is because the person is concentrating on one subject. The ones that spread it out and put all kinds of just stuff in there, it's just a mishmash of stuff. Nobody wants to be part of that. Because like I said, let's say, you know, you wrote something and that person signed up because you wrote stories and they thought it was an author channel. And then you post a video of somebody doing yoga and it's like, wait a minute, I didn't sign up for this. Or vice versa. Like I said, you know, you signed up for yoga and then they post, you know, their latest story or something. It doesn't work. So you need separate. You combine things within it, like you have music and pop culture and whatever. You can do that, but there are too many people out there that want to do, you know, 3 or 4 major subjects in one channel, and you just can't do that. Mia said, I'd be willing to try anything once and some things more than once. Best channel idea I can come up with is a channel with my cousins because they think we have a fun comedy chemistry. There's a lot of people that have family videos up there. People seem to love them for some reason. You know, lots of people that, you know, post about their family every day, what they did. And usually they have kids, so it makes it a little bit more interesting. Who wants to see 2 adults just, you know, if they don't do anything and make things interesting. Now, there's a lot of cooking shows out there and stuff like that. But there's a lot of shows out there with, you know, the family and what their little kid did every day. You know, they're showing them as a little, you know, starting with, you know, when he's born and going through his daily growth and do a video every day or so. And you watch, you know, the kid grow. And some people like that kind of stuff. It really depends on the person. Try said, yeah, I got more views on my LGBT and philosophy videos than I do for my writing videos. Really? That's interesting. Well, I know people are making it more what's the word I want? You know, they're making it more out there, so people are interested in learning and getting interested in that kind of stuff. And then, of course, there's a lot of people who may be in that gender, you know, where they're mixed, they don't know what they are, and watching stuff like that might help them, you know, figure out who they are. So, yeah, I can see where that could probably be interesting. Oops. Megan says that sounds interesting, too. I mean, I've noticed, you know, more and more things now. TV shows where they used to complain because the shows were all white or the shows were all black. Well, now the shows are always mixed. It's like, you know, you can't just have all white or all black anymore. You have to have mixed couples in there. And you have to have the different genders and the transgenders and lesbian, gay, and whatever. What's that whole thing stands for? I get some lesbian, gay, bi, transgender. I may have been wrong about that, but I think that's what he's talking about. And yeah, we'll do another sprint. But that is definitely changing the way TV shows are being made for sure. Charlie said that is why in considering my main channel more of a personal channel where I talk about my life and work and less just an Authortube channel. Good idea. All right, let's do another sprint. "25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go." Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender. I was right then. Okay. Oh no. What did I say? Lesbian? Maybe I left out the gay. Lesbian? Yeah. Maybe I left the gay out. I'm not sure. I don't remember what I said. I got most of it right. I find myself in a weird position because I'm not really bisexual, but I am bi-curious, and I have been with another woman, but it's not my choice. So I'm in a kind of curious. There are women who do fascinate me. So, but I don't consider myself lesbian, even though I've had women on women, you know, whatever you want to call it. So I'm kind of in a strange position there. Not really. I guess I'd be more bisexual because I do still prefer men, but I have been with women. So I guess I'm bisexual. But I'm more bi-curious because it's not every woman. It has to be a certain kind of woman to attract me. But we didn't come here to talk about my sex life. Or lack of at this point in my life. That was when I was younger. All right. Shut now. Mouth is closed. All right. Got one post done. Is Charlie still here? And what did the rest of you do? Anything? Oh, you know what? When I told people that I didn't write during those 40 years, I was writing, but I was writing erotica. And I don't mean the mild kind. I was writing wild erotica. My friend wanted me to sell that stuff. He goes, you have a machine that does credit cards. You should sell this stuff. I'm like, I can't do that. I was so embarrassed. But I wrote pretty good erotica, even if I say so myself. And that's what I did for 40 years. I did not write like I tell everybody. I was writing. I just wasn't writing. And it was all basically lesbian or trios, bisexual. That was my erotica. So that's my little confession. Because I always tell people I wasn't writing for 20 years. But I just wasn't letting people read it. Only certain people got to read that stuff. It definitely wasn't out for public consumption like he wanted me to do. Amelia. Do I have a cohort here? I wrote some and had anxiety trying to explain an elaborate betrayal. Or are you talking about your story that you're writing? I'm not sure. I'm a little confused there with that one. Most people don't know that part of me. But since everybody else is coming out of the closet, I might as well come out as well. I enjoyed writing erotica. I got rid of it all. It's not on my computer. I didn't want my kids coming across it. It's like, oh my God, what if something happens to me? So not too long ago, when I decided I was going to stop writing it, I took it off the computer. I had a blog even set up for it. And I had people subscribing because they love reading that stuff. And of course, it was definitely under a pen name for sure. I mean, definitely had no contact to me. Mia says, well, that sounds awesome. I can understand not publishing that under your author name. Ever think of having a pen name for that? This is my pen name. At the time, I was writing, this is my pen name, and I used this for 10 years on the internet, and I kept it as a pen name. If you notice, when Jocelyn comes in, she always calls me Teresa. My real name is Teresa Smay. Tessa Dean is my maiden name. And Tessa is just another nickname for Teresa. And I've used that for 10 years on the internet. So it's nothing for me to use it. I'm quite aware of that. But I think I called myself Pandora. And I had a blog. And I got pictures from Pixabay. And I published pictures with the stories. And yeah, really, I mean, people were trying to, were joining all the time. And I'm like, this stuff is really raw. I mean, not just an erotic story. It was really, really raw. But my friend really liked it and he wanted me to, because he would get a portion of it for suggesting it, I'm sure. Yeah, my story. Gang betraying a member. Oh, okay. Got you. Charlie says, I used to write a lot of slash. Sometimes I think about doing more. You know, the weird thing is, now that I've stopped and the person that I was talking about is no longer in my life, he's actually part of him, part of his not his, I don't know, like part of his personality is the main character in my story that everybody hates. That is partly true. So sometimes I would get confused when writing and call him by his real name, because to me that's who that was. Even though I added more to it to make it a little bit more so than what it was, a lot of that he really did. He really was that way. So yeah, I when I got him out of my life, I spent 18 years with that guy, and it was a wild time. Certainly not going to discuss it on here, but I can write some pretty wild erotica, and the wilder it was, the happier he liked it. And obviously, so did the other people that were reading my blog, because they couldn't wait for the next piece of it to come out. I pretended it was a diary, so I did it in diary form instead of just writing a story and posting it. I made it, a kind of a running thing with her. That was her diary kind of thing. So it was a little bit different. But I don't think I could do it anymore. I don't think that's there, because that was sparked by him. And without him there to spark it, I don't think it would happen again. I don't have any desire to write that again. BA says, I really want my name on my book, but I'm worried that nobody will take it seriously because of my last name. There's a lot of reasons why people use pen names. That could be one of them. You may not like your name. I found that my last name, that's my ex-husband's name. That's not the name I was born with, and he's not my loving husband. So having his name, simply because I couldn't afford to change it, I don't want the world to know, if I decide to publish my book sometime besides on my blog, to know me by that. I don't want them to know, I don't want my name on that. At first I thought, yeah, I want my name on my book. I want it to be my name. I thought, wait a minute, that's not your name. That's the name you took when you married that jerk. So, not really my name. BA says Instagram posts, TikTok videos. Very good. Amelia says, I had an erotica face too. I'm starting to think it was a product of coping mechanisms, because I left the environment and I didn't have the will to write it anymore. Well, that's kind of like what I was just saying. When I was involved with that man, he sparked that in me. And of course, the wilder I got, the wilder he loved it, and the wilder everything else got. So there was, some good things coming out of it, but it isn't for everybody. Definitely not for everybody. I had the current actor who plays Spock, Ethan Peck, asked me to write a couple slash stories he pitched. Oh, really? Interesting. I finished editing a video and marveled at how fast it exported. Oh, now you're going to rub it in. Oh, he's rubbing in his new computer. Well, I hope my Ethernet cable helps that too. Maybe I won't have so long hours and hours of waiting for something to export or import or, oh gosh, change it between this and that. I hope this helps out too. Anybody else we didn't hear from? Amelia says at BH, that's a conundrum. Depends on the genre of your book. BH, BA says to BH, whew, my last name is hard to spell and pronounce. That's why I use a pen name. Aha! So the official Mr. P, whatever that P stand, is it at least a P? Or is that completely made up too? Well, that's it. Nobody can ever spell my last name. Nobody can pronounce it. Nobody can spell it. So people are telling me it's crazy to have a name that people can't. You know, if I was to say, oh, I wrote a book, go get this book by Theresa Smay. Huh? How do you spell that? Or I had this author I read, but I don't know what their last name was. I saw it on the book, but I can't pronounce it. I'm like, no. So I took my maiden name, and I took my new name that I use as a nickname online for the last 10 years, and that's my pen name. But like I said, Jocelyn came on and said, hi, Theresa. And I didn't notice if anybody noticed or not, but Amelia says, my mom was a cover designer and she once saw a pen name Paige Turner. Oh, that sounds so familiar. Besides being, you know, Paige Turner. BH says, well, I write fantasy and sci-fi. Yeah, you might want to come up with something different. I can, but we email each other, so I cheat. Haha. Plus, it is similar to the Slavic word for dragon. The P is correct. Okay. So when you were the official Mr. P, you were right with the P part. Well, you never know with writers on here whether they're using their real name or their pen names. You really don't know. I started out with my real name, and I had people already subscribed, and I thought, should I do it? Should I change it? People aren't going to know who it is, you know? So in the beginning, when I first changed it, I said to a few people when I posted on their sites that, you know, this is Theresa Smay. This is my new pen name. Now I don't worry about it because it's been so long since I've been using it. Not sure what I could do in place of sprinkle. Well, you could either stay with the S and find something else that's easy and simple, or you can go completely off and take away the BH and everything and just come up with a name that's sort of a fantasy type name. Go through the word name generators and see what comes up. Fantasy, you want something that sounds, you know, maybe a little in the future-ish. But I can understand the part about sprinkle. Yeah, I wouldn't want that on my book either. So I can understand that. Amelia said to BH, I can see the last name for a high fantasy book with magic and creatures, but not so much for much else. I'm sorry. Charlie says, I love your name to BH Sprinkle. There you go. That was nice. It just doesn't sound professional. And there's where she got a point. She does have a point. I don't have a very professional name. Well, I've been told the Tessa Dean is really pretty good. It's short. It's easy to spell. It's easy to find. Easy to remember. So I was told I did a good job picking mine. Amelia said, on the other hand, I could totally see people grabbing the book because they noticed your name was Sprinkle. Could work that way. Who knows? BH says, what happens when I get my PhD, Dr. Sprinkle? Oh, man, I'm sorry. Amelia's laughing her ass off. Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to help you there. I would look for something more futuristic. Because most sci-fi and fantasy is going to be futuristic. Usually. So I would go with something more on that order. And I would definitely get a pen name if that was my name. It's just my opinion. But there's a lot to think about. I mean, if you want everybody to know it's you, then you have to keep your real name. But if you're not dead set on keeping your real name, like Becca C. Smith has already stated, she is not changing her name. She wants, that was the name she was born with, and that is the name she's keeping. And that's the name she writes under. So that's her real name. She is not changing it. Amelia says, paging Dr. Sprinkle. Oh, wow. I don't think you can change your name for her doctor career, though. Unless you go the legal way and change your whole name completely legally to something else. BH said, I'd like to try a family name. Wagner, Barry, Rodriguez. No, there's lots of names. You want to keep it easy. You want something that stands out, but easy to, you don't want to get anything that people aren't going to be able to figure out how to pronounce. Because that's what I was putting up with. Nobody can remember. Well, I had enough trouble with Teresa because I have no H in Teresa. And that is forever being spelled wrong. And then I got the last name that is the last name from hell when I couldn't afford to change it. So he says, I'd love my real name, but it sounds off. Charlie says, I have a pen name for romance if I ever do that, but I am not sure I want to manage multiple pen names, so I might not use it. Yeah, Kate Kavanaugh just did a thing about that. She obviously has at least two. At least two. She's only owning up to having two pen names right now. And from what I can see, she's managed to publish under other pen names. She hasn't under Kate Kavanaugh. She has not published yet. And then she puts this thing out about the pen names, and I think she said she published under the other. She won't tell us what those names are, just that she has, you know, other pen names. So she has different names for different things. And Kate Kavanaugh has not published, but other pen names obviously have. So, and how do you keep all that straight? And the legal part of all that too? Such a mess. BH says maybe keep the S from Sprinkle, but use another word. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Keep the same letter, first letter, like Mr. P said, and just change that to another S word. Charlie said, I've also thought about using my chosen first and middle name for romance. That can work with some names. If you've got a middle name that's kind of, last name-ish like, you can do that. Amelia says, I often wish I had a slightly more unique last name, but then I remember my initial is a word. True. BH says, BH Silver, BH Spectrum. Spectrum's a little weird. BH Silver sounds good. Oh, yeah. Millie agrees, too. Silver sounds cool. Yeah, I like it, too. And can work for nearly any genre. Very good. Charlie Dorset. I was going to say Charlene. Charlene. I guess it's Charlene. L. Charlene L. That sounds kind of romantic. Yeah, I like that. Charlene L. Yeah, I think that would work. I like that. So you're settled. B says silver sounds good. Might use it. Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, I don't know what your first name is, so I don't know if any of that goes together. But the silver sounds good. Charlie says to BH, that makes me think of Duke Silver. BH said, put it in the bank of pen names. There you go. Put it down as one. You got time. You have time to stand for it. That is what the CE stands for. Oh, really? I never knew that. Since you always go by Charlie, I just figured it standed for something else. Never thought of it as standing for Charlie now. Well, now I know. But it does work for a romance writer, I think. Definitely. Very good. Very good. BH said, who was Duke? I don't know. You would have to find that out from whoever said that. Who did say that? Oh, Charlie said that. Charlie will have to answer that one. He put a link in there. Do you want to see the best of Duke Silver? Follow the link. I have a few people now with wrenches. Somebody was trying, Greg, who was here earlier, was trying to send me a short story. He says, can you see that? I said, you don't have a wrench. You can't post anything. I says, here, let me give you a wrench. So I gave him a wrench and I went and read his story, which was pretty good. And he says, well, what genre is that? I said, romance. He's like, romance? I don't write romance. I said, that's romance. Like, and then I gave it to Jen because she wanted to put her book up. I said, go ahead. And of course, Devin has it. Who else? I think there was somebody else I gave it to, too. They wanted to post something. So here you go. Oh, Laura. I gave Laura one. Because she posted a lot of stuff. Amelia said Parks and Rec, apparently. Don't watch that. Don't know nothing about it. I knocked all the stuff off on the floor. It was nice and clean. Picked it all up and it's all back again. Just remember the appointment I have to add to my calendar planner. Yeah, I never watched it either. Amelia's never watched it. BA says, I did BA Pasquar because it is close to my real name. I wanted to keep it close because I didn't want to confuse people that know me. I also knew that last name had to start with P since I had part one. Charlie says, I love the show. It was a jazz pseudonym of one of the characters. Oh, okay. Amir says, the BA, I think it would be less confusing if you had a completely different name. I do like your pen name. BA says, already had the official Mr. P brand, and it would make the transition less confusing for people. Mr. P came from about when my students could not say my last name. Yeah, I can only imagine. If it's anything like my last name, nobody gets it right. Nobody. I've gotten called so many things over my life, including Smith. And Smeigh is nothing like Smith, but people would call us Smith. My daughter grew up and married a Smith. She's officially now a Smith. She married a Smith. And of all the things, you marry a Smith. We got called that all our lives. BA says the other reason why I did pen name you already know. BA says to speak. BA says to BH. Boy, you two want to drive me crazy. I like sliver instead of silver. Sliver. And that Charlie Dorset, I like Charlene L. Yeah, I think so too. Amelia says everyone gets my last name right. You won't believe how many people butcher the spelling of my first name, though. You wouldn't think it's that difficult, but I guess it is. Well, I have the issue of the H. Teresa, no H. And they're always putting the H in. Where was I? And I looked up at the record and I said, oh, they got my name wrong. And I'm like, I'm not going to say anything. It wasn't that important. It wasn't a legal document, so it's no big deal. I don't think it was a legal document. If it is, that's their problem. I am so tired of telling people about my name. It isn't funny. All right. Would we like to sprint again? I need food again. My mind's never far off of food. Always want food. No wonder I'm gaining weight. Can't stop eating. I had colitis and couldn't eat anything. I lost 15 pounds. And, well, it's all back plus. Now I eat like food that, didn't exist before. And it's For me, it didn't. I couldn't eat anything. Hardly anything I could eat. My stomach wouldn't tolerate it. So should we sprint again? I should take some aspirin. I got a headache. Everybody became quiet. Should I change my pen name to Does Anyone Want to Do Another Sprint? uh, Amelia says, I think it's more the people around here are weird. I've seen my first name with any, with, and with any. I read the whole thing as one word. With NY, two I's, two E's, three A's. It looks like they think they look through baby name books and their honor names lists too often. Yeah, how I didn't realize there were that many different ways to spell Amelia. It says sorry, doing chores. No problem. Charlie is trying to figure out what to do next. Well, we can do that on the sprint. Anybody else? Amelia says we can do another sprint. Somebody agreed. You can use the sprint to figure out what you're going to do next, Charlie. I don't even know what I'm going to do. I just want to, well, I know I'm going to get food. I already know that's coming. I don't know if it's time to check my blood sugar or not, but I am having food. I had injections in my knees yesterday, and because of the steroid, my blood sugars are sky high. No matter how much insulin I give myself, they're sky high. He did both knees, too, not just one. Walking's been even more interesting than normal. Sprint to work on what to do for another sprint. Sprintception. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Well, I got one, so I'm going to say that's two, and that I get final say. This is my channel. We're going to do a sprint. Do whatever you want. If you can sit there and stare at the screen, I don't care. Do whatever you want. 25 minutes. So I think our 25-minute person is gone. I haven't seen Megan lately. I'm not sure if she's still here. Hasn't said anything. All right, so we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I don't know if Megan's still here or not. So I might put it up to 30 for the next one. Unless she speaks up and says she's still here. Well, I was right in the middle of the story. I didn't want to stop. But I looked and the timer was running out. Okay. You guys can let me know what you did. At first, I see BH is left. So good night. I probably missed you. It's been a little bit. Give me a second. I know we can sprint again. So let me see what's going into. See if anybody has anything they need to say beforehand. And I'll make it 30 minutes this time. I'm writing all my blogs, so they're short stories. I did the haiku earlier, and now I'm writing short stories. Oh, and by the way, the one I'm writing now, I named after you, Amelia. Not your whole name, just Amelia. I like that name. So Charlie's here still, and he says, I started making a beat for a new song. I like the intensity of it. Cool. I think that's neat. You can make music. I wouldn't even have the least idea how to go about doing that. I missed this one. Greg says, hello, I'm back. Hi, Greg. Nice to see you again. Amelia says, my sleep schedule is non-existent. Sounds like mine. And then she says, aw. I named my character after her. My character is looking for her grandmother, that her mother, her whiny, drunk birth mother, got rid of her mother somehow, and she's trying to find her. So, hubby's home. Charlie says, I think the hubby just got home. If Charlie will most likely be leaving here shortly. Most likely. Right? Right, Charlie? Usually do. Oh, I'm glad you love your first name too. Yeah, I think it's very pretty. Do you get called Amy or do you go by Amelia? Because I know a lot of Amy's who are Amelias, but they use Amy as a name. Yeah, I figured. Have fun, y'all. Bye, Charlie. Have fun. Have a great dinner. I'm sure you're waiting for him to bring dinner or cook dinner or something, right? So enjoy your dinner. You're usually waiting for dinner when he gets home. Nice having you here. Stop back anytime. Yeah, so I knew a lot of Amy's that were Amelias, but they went by Amy. But I do like the name Amelia. And my character is Amelia, not Amy. She's not a bad person. I'm not rating her. She's a very nice person. She's trying to find her grandmother and bring her home with her if she can. If she's not physically needed to be in a nursing home, if she can find her, she's going to bring her home. Her mother stashed her somewhere. Her own mother. You know how some people get. She didn't want anything more to do with that old woman, gave birth to her and did everything for her, raised her child while she was busy getting drunk. She didn't want nothing to do with her. So now Amelia's trying to find her grandmother. And we're at the last home, and so far we haven't found her. I don't want to make it a sad one. I want her to find her. I sometimes go dark, but I'm going to try not to go dark. I go by Amelia. I've never met an Amy whose full name was Amelia. Really? It's pretty common around here. Amelia. Amy. Yeah, that's pretty common where I live. Amelia says, I did, however, have a classmate who was Amelia, but she went by Millie, which I don't understand, because I would react violently if someone called me Millie. Yeah, I don't get that either. Definitely don't get that. But yeah, Amy is pretty common. And most times, not always, but most times it stands for Amelia. I mean, it really depends. I mean, I get called Terry all the time as a nickname, but there's a lot of Terrys out there that aren't Teresa. Because I knew a couple, and they're like, no, I'm not. Because they would try, using Teresa as their first name on something. They're saying, no, my name on my birth certificate says Terry. That is my real name, not a nickname. Which for me, it was just a nickname. Okay. Well, I haven't seen anybody else say anything. So I'm going to start another sprint so I can work on my story. I'm eating at the same time. My sugars are super high. I can't get them down. I have to change that's the other thing. I got to do that soon too. I don't have very much insulin left in my pump. I got to change that. I don't think it was supposed to be done until tomorrow, but because my sugars are so high, I'm using so much insulin. I ran out early this time instead of the other way around. I probably should do that first because it's due, and then write the story afterward if I have time. I used to like going dark a lot of times, and I feel like I need to bring that back into my current writing. I just wrote a really dark one the other day. I got a lot of comments about it being dark, but it was a picture with bars. Now, what kind of story do you think I'm going to write with a picture of a set of bars? It looked like a jail of some kind. So I wrote a short story about a young girl caught up and locked up. I could actually post it if I wanted to. You guys wanted to read it. I once had a friend during my erotic phase that loved to write gore, and we loved to write stories together, which tended to go well. I can imagine. Imagine they did. Please say something. There it is. I can find. You don't have to read it, but let me see if I can find that story. I can find it on this one. Well, that's the one I'm writing on. All right, where is it? Be this one. I think. Yes. This is the short story I wrote about the bars, and I had several people tell me that it was quite dark. It's not erotic. It's just a story. Maybe a sad story, but it's not erotic. If you want to look at it, you can go ahead and take a look when you get a chance. The link will stay there till enough comments come and push it out of it, and you may lose it. I was just told the other day that is dark, which I guess in a way it was. All right, back to what I was doing. Hey, La Monique, you're here. Hi. I was just getting ready to start writing something, but I didn't get the timer even started yet. I just posted a short story I wrote that somebody told me was a little dark. I said, well, yeah, I guess it is a little dark, but that's what when I saw the picture, that's what came to mind. What am I supposed to do? It was a prompt. It was a picture of bars. I mean, not bars like drunk bars. I mean, bars like jail. And so, this is what came to mind. So I printed the link there if you want to click on it and see what story I wrote. I mean, they weren't being mean or anything. They were just saying that's a little dark. And sometimes, yes, they do go dark. I'm not normally a dark writing person, but sometimes they do. So it's nice to see you. I have been writing a long prompt story. It's 30 parts now. It's going to be part 2 in my series. So I have to switch up the one I was going to write, and I have to change this around. This is just it's going to be I have to outline this one. There's no way of getting around it. And see what I mean? What can I say? Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I don't do it a lot, but it does happen. Yeah, we haven't had a chance to talk, but I've been writing it. I was going to try to do a young adult romance. I thought I'm not really the young adult romance type, but why not? It's going to need a lot of work, and I'm going to have to introduce them in somehow in the first book, so I can do a sequel to, add this one on. But I think that's what I'm going to do. It's 30 parts now so far, and every day I get 3 new words, have nothing to do with each other, and I have to make a story that makes sense. And I've been getting enough of these words every single day. It's worked out. And on Friday she posts the 21 words from the week as one. So on Friday you got the 3 words, and then you get the 21 words. And I've been writing all of them, and it's really fitting into my story. And the way I'm writing it on there, of course, it's all, a young romance thing. I would have to do a lot of work to make it. I would have to also add more of the family in. It's a huge family, which I'm kind of working around, but they're not really the main character of the story, which I would have to change it around. But, oh, yeah, you're doing one of Sarah Cannon's heart breathing courses. I've seen them advertised, but I don't have that much money laying around to throw at those. There's several people out there offering courses. I follow her, and I look at the courses, and I just really don't have that kind of money. And I don't have enough, like my interest with the bipolar swing so much that I might start it but not be able to finish it. And I don't want to put that money out if I can't finish it. So it's another thing, between the cost and the fact that I can't seem to finish things up. So I'm trying to update my Goodreads, and I'm trying to figure out, I'm going to have to get the information off your book and try to see if I can find it on there. I don't know if it's on there. I don't know how that, I've got a couple people I found and I've written reviews on in Goodreads. I'm still trying to figure out how to do that because I did not find your book yet. $75 a month for 6 months and lifetime access. Well, that doesn't sound bad. If it's lifetime access to that or to everything she offers. I mean, if you could go back to every class that she offers and everything, then $75 for 6 months is not bad. Some of them, though, are pretty bad. Some of them are simply so much per month every single month. And that can get pretty pricey after a while. Just the one course, though. You can't take all of her courses. You only have lifetime access to the course you're taking, right? Because a lot of people make it everything that's on their site. You get full access, but they're expensive. It'd be like $99 a month every month. I'm like, are you kidding me? No end in sight. I know I was really surprised. I think she tries to look out for indie authors. Well, she only has 2 courses. Well, the one didn't interest me. I'll forget what the other one was. the quarterly one didn't really interest me too much. I forget what her other course was. I read her things when they come in. She sends me newsletters, so I get, you know. And I watch a couple of her videos every now and then when I get a chance. So there's too many people out there to follow everybody. Amelia wants to know if anyone has any tips for making a surprising event less jarring in the book medium. I have a surprise in my book that I feel if it were in a movie would have slow motion to make sure that the audience understands it. I'm not sure if it works in book. That's a very good question, and I can't say I have an answer for that. I don't know about La Monique. She's a writer. She's published already. She may know something that I don't know. I don't know what you would do in a book, to tell you the truth. Okay, well, we got some interest here. Greg says, Amelia, what is the event? And La Monique says, the emotion to source may be helpful to help you draw out all the emotions for that scene. That's a good idea. I got that book. You know, almost got that on Kindle, and for some reason I screwed up and got it at paperback. That would have been a pain to use on a Kindle, trying to go back and find things. As a paperback, it's easy to find what you're looking for. I like that. I keep forgetting I have that book. I should use it more often. It is a good book. I was a little upset with how much it was a used book, and they charged me more than to buy. It was twice as much to buy a brand new one. I said, didn't want to order this, and told them, so they gave me a $25 credit. They said, now you can either buy the new one or use it for whatever you want. Well, when I got it, there's only some words in the very beginning. It wasn't that big a deal. So I'm just keeping it and use the credit. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty good. And I was right on, too. When I wrote something, I wrote something, and I remembered the book, and I looked it up, and I'm like, that's exactly the words I used. So I was actually right. Yeah, so glad. Definitely, if you're going to order that one, get it on paperback, because in a Kindle, trying to search that Kindle would have been a pain in the butt. Pain in the butt. I don't know that much about Kindle to tell you if you can bookmark it or not. I just stay away from the Kindle for that book, definitely. Amelia is writing in the superhero genre. The major supporting character in my book has the power of density control, so like he can walk through walls. This is his intro into the story. He pops in through the floor and is working on the scene. You can, she says to Greg, but it's literally a thesaurus. You need to thumb through it alphabetically. Yeah, that's what I found when I went looking at it. I thought, thank God I made the mistake, because if I had gotten the Kindle version, it would have been a pain. Can always change the choreography. Was he coming in angrily, or that's what we were talking about with the emotion thesaurus. You would look it up, the emotions that he's coming in with, to see what you need to do. Always change the choreography. Well, I think in any book, having somebody pop through the floor in front of you would be astonishing. A little scary. Coming through the wall would be a little better. Well, my main character is a criminal at this point. My superhero is basically tasked with catching him. There is no real emotion for him. It's a job. I would think if he's human, he's going to have emotions. But the character you're talking about, the criminal, is the one that's going to pop through the. Is he the one that's going to pop through? Who's popping through the floor? Now I'm getting lost. The criminal is the one popping through the floor, or the superhero? He's used to catching bad guys. I don't know. I'm confused. Who's popping through the floor? The criminal or the superhero? Hero. Can't talk. Sorry. Sometimes my voice goes a little crazy. Superhero is the one going through the floor. And he's going to what? Pop up in front of the bad guy. But I would think even as a superhero, inside of him, a part of him is saying, yes, I got him. And what if he doesn't get him? What if it doesn't happen? He gets away. There's got to be disappointment. He can't be totally without emotions. Unless he's unreal, unless he's a robot. If he's a real person, he's going to have emotion. I would think. I mean, I could be wrong. That's my take. Well, Monique says he's probably excited. Excited. I read it, but it doesn't say that. He's probably excited with adrenaline flowing to be on the verge of catching him. There's always a chance he could get hurt too, and it comes with certain feelings. Yeah, I don't think anybody is without feelings unless they're a robot. Okay. I was about to say adrenaline. Yeah, definitely. Thanks. You're welcome. That's what we're here for. Support. We support each other as much as we can. Can't do everything, but don't worry about it, Monique. Most of the time, I don't notice them and I read right over them. That one stopped me a little bit because I read it and then I stopped and said, wait a minute. And then normally I just read right over them and I don't notice them till the person writing it corrects it. But I'm like, wait a minute, that's wrong, I think. And Amelia says, laughing my ass off. He isn't going to win this fight easily. That's when a lot more feelings come in. Yeah, he's going to have feelings. And I think something like that if you have that, would definitely help you out. It was a good book. I was surprised. I wasn't sure when I got it and then made the mistake and somehow got the paperback copy. But actually, it's really a good book. Oh, jeez. Clumsy. Amelia says even Batman has emotions. Yeah, Batman has more emotions than the real. What's he play? What's his character when he's not Batman? I can't remember. My mind is going. No, I think he has more emotions as Batman than he has as his real life character. He sat very close to his chest. Oh, that's funny. So Tessa, I think today is the first time I realized is that supposed to be New Yorker accent strongly? I don't understand that word. Bruce Banner's the Hulk. Yeah, I do remember that one. If you're saying New York, and I'm from New Jersey, South Jersey, and I'm told that I have a South Jersey accent, I said, I didn't know South Jersey had an accent. I have been told that it does. But I'm not sure what you're trying to say, unless that's New York and New York. Oh, New York. Okay, so you were saying New York. Now I'm Southern New Jersey. Yeah, New York is spelled the second way. New York and in a New York accent. I don't live in New York. I live in South Jersey. I'm even further than New York than North Jersey. But they tell us we have an accent. Just like the South has an accent, we're told the South Jersey has an accent. And I still don't quite understand it, but that's what I've been told. Really? Well, my thing is working right. Now that, hi, Tamara. Nice to see you. Now that I have the Ethernet cable connected from my computer directly into my cable box, the router, it's faster and I can post now and people can hear me and see me. They said it was really messed up before. So that may be why it's clearer than what you're used to hearing. So that may be why you're saying that. Amira says, I'm from Indiana. Supposedly, we have a Midwest accent, which seems to be the default American accent. Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, I know a true Southern accent and a true Boston accent, definitely, which I guess New York and Boston are kind of similar in the way they talk. I've never seen a spell like that. New York is spelled that way, but they call them New Yorkers. Never saw that. First time. Your sound is clearer, yes. Okay. So I had to get an Ethernet cable and connect my computer directly to my router. I couldn't stream anymore. Nobody could hear me, see me, move. It was all robotic. It was horrible. And I was complaining to StreamYard, and finally they kept saying, go get a router cable, an Ethernet cable, and connect them directly. And he explained it to me. And so I went on Amazon and I looked it up. And it's laying in the middle of the floor because it's long, because my router is way across the room. But it is faster and it's obviously clearer. Everybody can say that when you're saying you can hear me better and everything. I think it's literally, Mary says, I think it's literally how New York sounds when you say it in a strong New York accent. New York, New York, New York. I guess it's possible. New Yorkans. Never really thought much about what they were called. I mean, like, we're New Jerseyans, but how often do we use that word? Not often. I just say I'm from New Jersey. I don't say I'm a New Jerseyan. But I think that's technically what they call us, New Jerseyans. So I guess that would be New York, or New Yorkans. New Yorkans. Yeah, makes sense. But I wouldn't have known what you were talking if you hadn't told me about it. Definitely wouldn't have gotten that one. So what are you up to, Tamara? Are you still at school? The only thing I can't fix is the fact that StreamYard comments are so slow coming through. And I'm asking questions and people are answering them, but I'm asking more because I'm not seeing them yet. It takes a while for them to come through. And it's made some conversations a little weird. Tamama says, I'm done. Let's see. I'm done working on a video and then going to do something. I don't know yet. Well, I'm glad you're done. I knew you were pretty busy with your class that you were taking, so that's good. Very good. All right, well, we were getting ready to do a sprint when Monique entered. Then we got talking again. So I'm going to go ahead and start another sprint so I can get back to my story. And the one that is up there somewhere, if you didn't get the link to it, if you want to read that one that I was told was dark. Oh, okay. That answered that question. Greg said, I just read that short story. Let me out. Super dark. Okay. Is that good or bad? That's what I was feeling, so that's what I wrote. The girl who ran the thing says, hey, you got to write what you feel. And that's what I felt. That's what that story sparked in me. It was a picture. It was a picture. Well, you've read the thing. You saw there's a picture of a jail. And that's what it sparked in me. Not a regular jail, like where, people are in jail in prison, but somebody being in prison, like a little girl. So, yeah, it was dark, obviously. I've had several people tell me that. I can't help it. Sometimes I go that way. You got to let the dark out every once in a while, Amelia says. That's what the woman who's sprinted was said. Sometimes you just have to let it out. If that's what the picture says to you, write what the picture says to you. That's the whole idea. She gives us a picture and we have to decide what we see. She calls it, what do you see? And so I've written a couple of them and they've been pretty bad. And so that one, yeah, that one was really, really bad. But that's what I don't know. That's what came to me when I saw the picture. Now that makes more sense. Okay, I Googled it and my definition was way off. New Yorkan is a combo of a Puerto Rican living in New York. That makes more sense. Very good. Good thing to know. So I'm trying to write a story now that's not dark. The one she put in, she posted today, I'm trying to write a not dark story. Because I don't want to be known on there as the person who writes all these super dark stories. And a lot of people don't like that, so they don't want to read it. I don't want to become known as a dark writer, so they don't want to read it. So this one's not going to be dark. Oh, Greg says, I hope she gives you a picture of rainbows and unicorns next. Actually, it's flowers floating in a pond. Kind of hard to go dark with flowers floating in a pond. Amelia said, that's interesting, though, because I think more of a more regular prison. Then again, I'm writing a superhero crime drama, so I'm thinking about the legal system a lot. Yeah, but if you look at the picture, I don't know if you went to the link or not, it's, you can see the bars, but there's a picture there of light coming in through another window, which is, you know, not the way a prison would be set up. And there was actually a little space under the bottom. I don't know if there was enough space she could have slid out or not. I'm not really sure. I didn't think that far ahead. I just had to write the story. But that's why I didn't think it didn't strike me as a regular prison cell. Well, Monique is laughing at Greg. Rainbows and unicorns. I don't know what I would do if she gave me a picture of rainbows and unicorns, to tell you the honest God truth. That'd be too fantasy-like for me. I'm not really into the fantasy stuff. Amelia says, can't stop the dark if it wants to come out. Say the dark writer, like how Batman is called the Dark Knight. And he's supposed to be helping people, so he's supposed to be a good guy. But you're right, he's called the Dark Knight. Well, at least in the new movies. I don't know about the original show. I don't know if they called him the Dark Knight back then in the old shows. The ones I used to watch as a kid. I'm a lot older than most of you, so my experience was with the older stuff is a little bit different. Yeah, I can see the picture either way. I have grown up around graphic design and clip art, so I just thought of it as a background. Now, I looked at the picture and I immediately thought of someone being, held captive, and my mind went to a child. And then I thought, well, something's got to happen. And I thought, had the person coming down, the person who captured her, die in front of her. She's never going to get out. But this is the way I saw it. I'm writing the new one now, and it's not going to be, won't be rainbows and unicorns, but it's going to be a happy ending. I'm making it a happy ending. I named it after Amelia. Not her whole name, just Amelia. The character's name is Amelia. If I put a last name on there, it'll be a different last name. It won't be yours. I'm not going to use a real life person's name that I know. But most of the time in short stories like this, I usually don't go that deep into full names and descriptions and all that stuff. It's just a short story. All right, let's get this sprint started. Oh, shoot, let me get small. Let me reset it large. I'm going to put it back from 30. And I'm going to start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I don't have to defend the story. It was cool, just dark. Like how Joker's cool but dark. Okay. Because I've been having people tell me it was dark, and I'm like, is this a bad thing? Or I know a lot of people claim they write dark, so is it really a bad thing? See, people are used to me writing bad. And then, so every now and then I'll put a twist in a story and it'll come up good. And they'll say, oh, wow, that wasn't what I was expecting. Because I always write bad stuff. It always ends in a bad way, you know. And so when I put a twist in it and the kid doesn't die or doesn't get lost or the people don't get killed or go the other way or whatever, they're like, wow, can't believe you did that because you usually take it the other way. So I'm kind of known as somebody who writes like that. But I never thought of it as being dark until I started being called dark. And I know people call themselves dark writers, so I didn't know exactly. Your cat's demanding cuddles. He's really vocal. You might have to give him some if you want to get anything else done. All right. Well, I want to get back to writing that story. So I will see you in 28 minutes. As soon as I figure out where I was writing the story at, I got so much stuff moving up here. Okay. Gotta look at the picture again. Pretty sure it's just flowers and lily pads with a kind of southern atmosphere house in the background, but it's blurry. You can't see it because they're focused on the floating flowers, the water lilies in the pond. But I think it's like a southern, mansion in the background. At least that's what I'm thinking. And I'm writing a story. I guess I wrapped up in my story. I was still writing. A little longer than I planned. So, what went on here? All right, got the cuddles. Mia said, always sitting on my lap and his paws on the desk, watching everything. Of course, they're very nosy. Mia says, do you guys think that having, for example, a poor kid in the first book and then revealing in the second book that his biological father is rich takes away from the first book theme? I don't really think so, but I mean, if he didn't know it, something that's revealed to him in the as a part of the second book's story, then I don't see why it would be a problem. Yeah, it says I have a character that I'm formulating a backstory for, and if I ever want to reveal it in the future, it might take away from this background. My character's in a bit more complex situation, though. Also, I took a look at some emotion thesaurus sample pages. I'm not sure if it would help my situation much unless I'm using it wrong. I don't know what they show you in the sample, so I really couldn't tell you. I know it helped me for what I was doing. It doesn't have every single emotion in the world in it, but it has most of the main ones in it. So depending on what you're looking up, you may not find some things, but it does have a lot in it. Amelia said, I'm trying to make a jarring action less jarring. Maybe I should just add as much description as possible to mimic slow motion. I don't know. I'll try it and see what happens. Yeah, I don't really know. Monique says, I just read the short story. I wish there was a way she could get the keys hanging in his pocket and escape. I want her to overcome. Yeah, I didn't expect her to live through the story. I had a feeling she was going to not make it. Because not all of those stories are happy endings. A lot of that stuff happens that nobody knows about. Sounds like a fun plot twist. Yeah, it could have if I thought that way, but I wasn't thinking that way, obviously. You know how it goes. Greg said I deleted some passages from my novel and cleaned things up a bit. I should be able to finish chapter 3 in the next couple of days. That's great. Great news. Greg said, are you streaming tomorrow? Wednesday, no. I will be back Thursday and Friday, planning on 7 Eastern time, unless my aide doesn't show up again. If I get the day aide, then I can start earlier. I prefer to start earlier because then I don't have such a late night. And then Saturday and Sunday are at 5 Eastern Standard Time. But no, tomorrow I won't. Laura Nettles has one at 9 to 11. And Charlie Dorset, the other person who was in here, we were talking earlier, hers is at 5 o'clock. And she tries to run it till just before Laura's in so that people could go to Laura's. So from 5 to 9 is usually Charlie's. It does go over occasionally, but people can leave and go to Laura's, but he tries not to overrun into Laura's if he can help it. So no, tomorrow I won't. I'll be at Laura's. I'll probably be at Greg's. I might even be on the screen at Greg's. Charlie's. I might even be on the screen there because usually I end up co-hosting. I just, depending on what time I get there, I can't usually get there right away. So I come in a little bit later after my aide leaves, provided she shows. There's no guarantee at this point. The plan is she's coming tomorrow night, so I won't have a day aide. But if she doesn't show up, then I can go at 5 o'clock when she starts. So Amelia said, okay, that makes me feel better about it. Sounds like a fun plot twist to Amelia. Monique says that's true. I'm not sure as to what. Monique says, no, I meant for Amelia's second book, fun plot twist. Amelia says, sounds great for realistic fiction, but I write superhero and supernatural a lot, which throws a wrench in. Monique says, congrats to Greg. Amelia says, the amount of possible actions. Think them all through. You may want to change it. Tamama writes, I'm watching the show, and it's one of those where the main character is the problem. It's infuriating. Stop watching. When I get like that, I stop watching. Author Lamani. I read the whole thing. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Lamani says, Matt, that's true. Not all stories have a happy ending, or not even in real life. Yeah, unfortunately. Way too much of that stuff happens that we don't hear about. You know, we just don't hear about it. Well, that's the second time today I've spilled down the front of my shirt. I'm doing no good. It must be a hole in my mouth somewhere. Author. There I did it again. I've started reading. I don't know why I'm doing that. Well, she asked what it is. And Tamama says, Fate Wings Saga on Netflix. Never heard of that. But I think I would stop watching it if it was that infuriating. Amelia says, have you guys watched Terrible Writing Advice on YouTube? It's hilarious and very good about what not to do. No, I haven't. Terrible Writing Advice. That's a good video. If it's what they really mean, terrible writing advice. My story's taking longer to write than I planned on. Kind of added more than I planned on adding to it. I mean, it's a happy ending, but it's just, I went and kept on writing. I'm like, gosh, I gotta stop this soon. Amir says to the Mama writes, is that like Winx? Huh? Winx? Winx? I don't even know what it is. All right, Greg says, I'm about to sign off and done writing for today. Wish you all good night. Good night, Greg. See you the next time. If not tomorrow on Charlie or Lars, I'll see you hopefully maybe Thursday or Friday or Saturday or Sunday. You usually hear most of my streams, so see you later. Have a good night. Mama writes to me, yeah, it's like a teenage live action remake of that. I haven't seen the original, so I don't know if it compares. I never even heard of it, so I can't help you. If I write long enough, I'll be able to do my next piece in my prompt story, because she puts it out sometime after midnight. I'm not exactly sure the exact time. If not, I can finish it tomorrow. I think this is the last of the one that catch me up. And then about Thursday. Oh no, Wednesday. Forgot Wednesday. Oh yeah. Wednesday. trying to keep track of them all. Okay, so I'm not sure how many's left. We want to do another sprint. I'm not done my story. I'm writing, no matter what. So, Amelia says it's an ongoing series that's filled to the brim with sarcasm, talking about what not to do when writing or outlining things like, "We won't do that because that would create a compelling story." Interesting. A different way of going about it, I guess you could say. Okay, more sprints. Great. That's what I hear, because I want to get my stuff done. All right. Set the timer. Reset it. So we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Tonight, I mean, not rushing for right now. Well, I started it. I actually have to change my insulin pump. So it's kind of got to be done now. Oh my, that emoji doesn't look right. What emoji? Oh, the more sprints emoji? I guess I missed some things in there. It jumped again. Oh well, sorry. I do need to change this pump though. Unfortunately, it's been beeping at me, so I'm going to run out of insulin if I don't get it changed. And I'm having a really rough time right now with all this cortisone in me. It's keeping my sugars super high. So I will see you guys back. We can talk afterwards. I want to hopefully have some time left to do my story if I can. It's almost finished, but I want to change this insulin pump. So I will see you shortly. Well, I finished changing my insulin pump. Thank God. It would have run out. It's still running, and I didn't have enough insulin in it. So thankfully, I changed it when I did. I finished my story. I'm going to post it here. This one is not dark. If you want to read another one, it's not dark. A little longer than I planned it to be, but it's not dark. So there's a link for that if you want to see that. We have 10 minutes more. Let's see. What do I want to do? 10 minutes. Alrighty. I was just checking my email, and my in-person group said they had sent out the information for our meeting. Well, I don't got it. I don't know where it went to. I didn't get it. So I just sent him an email. At this time of night, I'm sure chances of him getting it are kind of low. I'll just say low. I won't say impossible. Some people are up like I am. But I can't enter the meeting without the information, and I don't have that email. I could try writing the prompt. I could try reading one of my little short story. I could read my dark short story. I could print that out and read that, but I have no idea. I don't have the information. So how'd you guys do? I finished the story. As you can see, I posted it if you want to read it. And changed my pump on my insulin, so I got enough insulin now. That didn't come out right. Well, BA's been busy. I got my second blog post up. That's something right there. Well, they've started to draft and schedule the others. Good job. They also have the photos ready for Instagram and the videos for TikTok for the next few days lined up. You have been busy. Now, Monique says, I completed dictating my long scene 2, which is probably more like 5 scenes. Some of mine were pretty long, I know. We got a couple comments on how long some of my stuff was. One person told me I had way too much dialogue. I'm like, I didn't think it was that much dialogue. I thought dialogue was good. I guess I don't like dialogue. Monique Max said to BA, wow, did you do all that during the writing sprint? It is a lot, right? Especially for someone who doesn't like to do blog posts and stuff like that. Monique says, I like the dialogue. Thank you. I thought I like dialogue. And I think you get more out of dialogue. But this person just kept saying too much dialogue, too much redundancy. And I'm trying to think, kept saying too much redundancy about the murder. I'm like, it was told in the murderer's point of view, and I had the 2 people who found them say what they found, but that didn't have anything to do with the murder. So I don't understand what she means about the redundancy about the murder. I'm a little confused. I don't know what to say. But thank you. I'm glad you like this dialogue. BA says to La Monique, the past 2 writing sprints. Aha. La Monique says, I'm learning it's important to research the genre and see what the expectation is for it. Yeah, well, Charlie said they were going to send me a bunch of books on writing thrillers and stuff. Haven't gotten them yet. Of course, I don't have a lot of time to read either. And Lalani says, good job to BA. Yeah, it is a good job because I know he doesn't like all that stuff. And Tamama writes, says to be a nice. How about you, Tamama? Did you get anything done? Any of you get anything done? Besides BA and me. I got my story done and changed my insulin pump. And I got my continuous glucose monitor, which I now have to figure out how to use because of the doctor situation right now. I'm not going to get any training on it. I have to learn it on my own. I'm like, great. I had enough trouble learning how to do the insulin pump. Now I'm going to learn how to put this thing on. It's going to be fun. Monique says, good job on your post up too to me. Thank you. PA says, I am getting into the vlog thing now. I even released a promo video for the new project I am working on, a short series that I plan to post on my blog. Well, that's cool. Great. Oh, you dictated. I'm sorry, Monique. I am sorry. You're right. You did say that. Sometimes I forget things. All the time I forget things. BA says to Monique, Monique. Oh, God. And Tamama writes, thank you. Monique says, I'm going to now add it into a document for my manuscript. Cool. Tamama writes, finish the show during that sprint, simultaneously wanting the next season now, while saying that loud, blank the show. I wonder what those 4 little asterisks stand for. Snow, maybe? Love? The opposite of love? Or it's not really the opposite. The opposite of love is hate. I don't know. All those weird things. So, I've got the rewrites to do. I haven't gotten all my betas back, so they're slowly trickling, very slowly trickling in. So I don't want to start rewriting until I get more of them in to get an idea. Just because one person says I have too much dialogue and someone else says they don't, well, I need to see what the other people have to say. You know, if everybody complains there's too much dialogue, then I have to make a decision. It's my decision still to make, whether I want to change it or not. I happen to like my dialogue. I grant there are places that are long and kind of out of order, and I know they need fixing, and I just got tired of fiddling with them, and I just said I'm going to send them the way they are, because it was just getting too much for me. And so those, things, I'm kind of waiting for the rest of the people to give me their thoughts on everything. So it's slow. I've emailed a couple people because they asked for it, but then heard nothing from them at all. Not even in response to the emails. So kind of figure it's probably not going to happen. But I still have to change, because now I do definitely want to make this a series. So I'm going to have to write in how the people from my new thing, and I have to change that as it is, because I have to write including the whole family now. I was just writing the story between the 2 of them with occasional mentions of the family. But if I'm going to use their story and their family as the book number 2, then I'm going to have to use more. I'm going to use more of the family in the story. I'm going to have to add a lot of things. And I have to expand more on the characters I think might be worthy of murdering. But I have to think of a way to murder them, because I don't want it to be a complete repeat of the one that I just wrote. even though I'm more of a knife person than anything else. I'll have to do some research on other ways of killing people. That ought to look good on my search list if anybody goes through it. What's the best way to murder somebody? Oh, gosh. Oforlamani said, laugh out loud to Tamama. That happened to me at the end of Money Heist. They got me good. Plus, I need to take 30 parts. It's 30 parts now. And I have to copy, look each one up. That means each blog post up. Copy the text out of the post and put it into a Word document so I can start working on it. I think I'm going to make the original words I put in there all one color. That way, when I add stuff in, I can see where the original was. Some may be taken out because it may not get used. But I had to write it for the prompt, but it may not get used in the story. And I need to see where I add stuff in and need to even it out. Because a lot of it, like sometimes there were 3 blogs posts in a row where they were in the same day, and then it would skip a couple months, and so I need to even it out more. And then I need to add those, figure out who's going to be murdered, murdered by, murdered how, and all that stuff. There are plenty to keep me busy, besides reading the books that I bought. So I don't know. I don't know what to start on now. I wanted to work on the beta readers, but I don't have any new stuff in. And one of my, well, you've read the story, Monique. And one of them, in the beginning, where I say he puts his fingers through his blonde hair that's curling, or however I describe it. He has to remind himself to get a haircut because it's curling and he doesn't like it curling as it gets long. And he said blonde hair. And my friend, who's reading it for me very slowly, I don't know if she's written any more or not, says, don't you think you could add in there like maybe the color of his hair? I'm like, did you just read that? I know it says blonde hair right in front of your eyeballs. I know I didn't have a lot of description. Somebody brought that up. I don't have a lot of description. Description's not one of my strong points. So I do know I need to do more of that. Maybe let me just say it looks like BA's leaving. Good night, all. Work tomorrow. Traffic from the bedroom to my office is terrible during the morning rush hour. Happy writing. Good night, BA. See you later. Silly. You're nuts. Wouldn't be the same without you. See you later. Yeah, like you when you missed the flashing sign to my website on one spread. It's at the top of the page, and then it's flashing at the bottom of the page. And La Monique says goodbye to BA. But Like, she wanted scene descriptions too. Well, I talk a couple times about the French restaurant. I've never been in a French restaurant. I'll have to Google and see if I can find out what does a French restaurant look like. I don't know. Never been in one. I mean, I had to Google it for a name. I had to Google it for the name of the boss because I wanted French stuff, but I don't know anything. Dropping popcorn everywhere. I'm sure it's very upscale too, but I've never really been in a lot of upscale restaurants in my life. So it's not like I could say, oh, well, I'll take this restaurant I know. And, I don't visit upscale restaurants. It's not in my budget. So by the fancy name and everything, yes, my thought was it's a fancy restaurant. And I figured the way to get the book 2 to get together with book 1 is make the mother of the young couple that I'm writing about also she works at a restaurant. I'm thinking, wait a minute, why don't I make her work at the same restaurant as Sarah in book 1? That's where they met. They know each other. And then they moved into the same neighborhood when they moved. I thought that'll work out. I can add her in at the end as well, with the little commotion at the end. She could come running in to see what's going on. So I figured that could link. Now, should it be the restaurant or should she be a doctor? Oh, and there's a kind of a conflict between whether she should be a doctor, whether she would make too much money, or, why is she working 2 jobs if she's a doctor? Which I got a point, but then someone said, and it might have been you, she probably has a lot of student loans, which doctors usually do. I mean, my nieces, even though they had help from their parents, a lot of their education was on them. After they went past a certain point, it was on them. And I know they have a lot of student loans. So, if she went, and is she currently a resident, or, I mean, depends on when you became a doctor and how long it takes. She's like 40 years old, so, how long, I don't know. A lot of things to think about. Black shirts and black pants, ties, crispy iron. That sounds, yeah. Count yourself lucky. Joanna Penn goes to different countries and visits artifacts for her books. Perhaps she's sneaking in a vacation by writing a book. Yeah, that could be too. Write it off as a business expense. I'm writing a book and doing research. Yes, that was me about student loans. Did anyone else make the point I made about the 2 jobs and her being a doctor and needing a restaurant job? I think someone else made a comment about it, similar to that, yes. So I have to rethink that. Because first I had her in 2 very low paying kind of jobs. And I'm like, no, because she's got to be able to make a lot to be able to handle, half of the expenses. Because all that stuff, sailing and stuff, it was expensive. Beach houses, brand new beach on the beach, right on the beach, expensive. It's a lot of money. She was driving a brand new car. and, you know, all that. And it's going to take a lot of money. So I upped it from, what was she doing? She worked, oh, she was a nurse. She was a nurse at the hospital originally. And then I moved her up to emergency room doctor. So I don't know if I need to put her back down to nurse. Just make her a nurse, and that's why she's working the second job, because as a nurse, nurses don't necessarily get paid a lot, especially in hospitals. If you specialize, sometimes you make a little bit more than you do. Now, if the place, yeah, if the restaurant's very upscale, the tips would be large. But she didn't work much on the weekends, so that's when most of the weekend. She did work Fridays. I made a point of saying that she worked Fridays because they wanted her to work Saturday was the big thing, basically the weekends. They wanted her to work on the weekends. Well, Friday, as far as I'm concerned, is part of the weekends. So I don't know if that part was a little, you know, off or not. Celebrities who stop there. It's a beach town. New Jersey beaches have casinos on them. So why not have celebrities stop in there? But I would have to write a lot more about the restaurant to make it, rather than just its name. And I guess that was part of what she was pointing out, that I didn't use much description of the place. The nurse and doctor or whatever she's going to be isn't a big a deal as the restaurant. And this other family has 12 kids they're supporting, and she works at the restaurant. So, you know, she gets pretty good tips because she works. It's hard because they're working. She works at nights. She's on home all day with the kids. There's 12 kids. And she's home all day. So she works at night at the restaurant. The father owns a auto mechanics shop. And the oldest kid, the one that I'm writing about, this part of this thing is about, works, you know, part-time with his father. Now he's out of school. He's going to be working full-time while he goes to nighttime technical school. And his girlfriend is going to be a nurse. So she's going to nursing school, and she doesn't want to get married until after she got done school. I don't know. A lot of things to fix out. And I might even have a few contradictions in there I have to work out. I'll have to reread the whole thing once I get it out of there and off the book, because I can't right now. I have to go back through each blog post trying to find something. It's a lot harder than just scrolling up a thing of text. Yeah, but she doesn't really know that he has time off and that he spends that time with other women. So he really wouldn't be spending that time with her. He'd be going back to work rather than being at home. Or are you talking about my new character? Because somebody has to watch the kids. And at nights, he likes to have at least one night out. So that means the older kids have to take turns babysitting the kids when mom is working and dad is on his Friday night out with the boys in my second story. So they have to take turns, the ones that are old enough. So she has kids every 1 to 2 years, 1.5 to 2 years roughly. A little bit of room in between. And they were stopping at 10, and then there was a mistake, and they thought they were having 11, and there was a little bit of a surprise. They had a gender reveal party, I didn't really do a synopsis of the book. I just, over the last couple of weeks, have decided to do this. And it's all on my blog anyhow. It's already posted, so you can go to the blog and read the story. And I could paste the last one there. You would have to read from that one to get started, so you can start at 1 and read through the story and not read at the end of the story. There's links on the end page to all the ones before it. Like each one I write, I make sure the links are kept up. So the links are there. But they had a gender reveal party. Didn't turn out the way they thought it was going to. Because if you remember, I keep saying 12 kids. They were expecting 11. Let me see if I can post a link. Here, this is the very last one. Should be the very last one I wrote. So this will have all the links on it. So you could start with one and move on to each piece. And none of this other stuff is written into it. This is looking more like a young adult romance, the way it's going right now. But I have to think about that. I'm thinking about making it different and changing it to be book 2 for the other thing. So, here we are. Yeah, let's see if you could just got what I was saying. If you start there, it has all the parts on it. And the new one will be coming out anytime now. And she writes up, it's 3 words every day, 21 words a week, and then she writes another post for the 21 words all together. So I'm writing three words every day, and then on Friday I do the 3 words, and then I do the 7. She calls it take 7, because it's all 7 days of words. So all 21 words then have to be written into another story. So I can't use the same thing over again. I mean, it might end up being similar, but you know, it's not like you can't take the piece from the old one. I have to create a whole new story. What is it with me and this milk all of a sudden? I hate milk, but chocolate milk, I'm craving it like something fierce. I don't know why. So that's the link to the last story, and it gives you links to all the pieces. And there's 30 so far. So that's why I want to take the whole thing, put it in a document, change it to a different color, and then start working at it. And I'm going to probably have to outline it because I really don't know where I'm going completely. Number 3, I've got another story I think I can convert also, but that's going to be rewriting also. Oh yeah, the least way to rewrite too much would be best. Talking about book 1. Missed the synopsis of book 2. You know, right now book 2 is a young adult romance, but that's not really my style. So I want to take and make it. Which means a lot of more writing. A lot of stuff has to be added. I mean, a lot of stuff has to be added anyhow. It's just a short 30, you know, piece prompt each time. Some of them are a little longer than others, but some of them pretty short. It's certainly not a book. You need a lot more to go, and I just think I want to add it. I want to make it part of the series, and I have another one. Yeah, so it starts with the birthday party, which obviously is not going to be the start of the story. So it's going to need a whole complete beginning. But that's when the first one I started and realized that I could do that and write. I like to write them as serial prompts if they don't say no against them. Some sites will say no serials, they don't like them. I don't see what the big deal is. If somebody wants to read it, read it. They don't want to read it, don't read it. But some people will say no cereals. But she's not against it, so I've been doing it. Well, I've been on lactose-free milk for a long time now. What, 3 months since I had colitis? And I just went back to regular milk, 2%. I don't like milk, white milk, but chocolate milk, if it has enough chocolate in it, I like it. Well, I realized that I went back to regular milk. I don't really like regular milk, but I did enjoy the lactate or the lactose-free milk. It's, I enjoyed it much more. It still has to have chocolate in it. I don't like white milk, but I have a thing for it right now. I can't stop it. I don't know what it means. Craving milk. Why? Why am I craving milk? I'm not pregnant. That would be an impossibility in many, many ways. So yeah, you're starting at the birthday party story. And I never changed the name of the story. I just started adding parts to it. I didn't change the name for each one. It's just birthday party story part 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got a whole list. As you can look at it, you'll see a whole list. So number 1 is the birthday party, where they talk about it. I don't know if the party is in the first one or not, but it's the first one where they mention the birthday party. It's going to take a lot of work. And then if I take that third one, I'm thinking, oh, that's going to take a lot of work. And having to take and add characters and murderers and all that kind of stuff. And then the one I was going to originally do was book 2 is just not coming like I thought it was going to. And I thought it was such a great idea at first. So now that's pushed down the line. I'm not sure if I'm going to end up doing it or not. But it would look kind of strange to have it'd be almost the exact same characters in the second book. So it doesn't make sense. I should probably move it further down anyhow. Add some more people to because I want to make it like one of those ones where it's a small town, everybody knows everybody, and they get close, and then people start dying, and sometimes there are people that are only in the story a short while, and then sometimes there are actually characters who've been there a while, and they slowly start killing them off. A lot of work, though. I mean, it's not simple. Yeah, I don't really like regular milk by itself. I don't either. I hate, even as a baby, my mother fought with me to drink milk. She gave up, and I spent time in school. I was always, every day I was in lunchroom recess detention because I wouldn't drink my milk. And they said, you got to drink the milk, but you can't go outside. Well, there's no way I'm drinking this white milk. And they weren't listening to me. I'm just a kid. So finally, they complained to my mother because somebody had to sit in the lunchroom with me, in the classroom. While everybody was on recess, somebody had to stay with me. And I refused every day to drink the milk. This was not a one-time deal. So finally, they called my mom and said, look. She said, look, she's allergic to milk. She can't have it. Oh, okay, great, fine. Everything, I was allowed outside. Everybody just left me alone about the milk. So that became the thing. And I guess in a way I am allergic to it because I can't drink white milk. It turns my stomach. It makes me sick. So in a way, I am kind of allergic to it. And not having the lactose for these last few months, maybe I am lactose intolerant. And that's the problem. Because it costs more, but I think I'm going to go back to the lactose-free milk. It tastes better, much better. And I do 2%, not whole milk. Like, I can have milk, and I can have milkshakes with milk. I won't eat yogurt. Disgusting. Chocolate frozen yogurt I can handle, but not regular yogurt. No way. Not even with fruit in it. You can't put enough fruit in it to disguise that horrible taste. As far as I'm concerned, it tastes like white milk. When I first started that story, I don't know if you're actually reading or not, but when I wrote the first one, and the person who put the post out responded, and she says, "I hope you're not going to break my heart," because or break her heart. I don't forget it would break his heart or break somebody's heart. I'm like, don't worry, I'm not going to do that. Oh, she was going to break his heart. They thought she was going to break his heart. And he had a bunch of really jerky friends. I don't know if you were talking about like preschool, but I always had a choice of white chocolate or strawberry milk. No, it was kindergarten, and it was white milk only. No choices. There wouldn't have been a problem if there had been choices. The problem was they only allowed white milk. That's fine, Mom, honey. It's 30 parts long now, so it's not a short little read. I'm really excited that so far all my dictation has already produced over 6K words. Wow, great. It's a lot of words. I think I saw a microphone on Word. Never tried it. In the next sprint, I'll be cleaning it up in a Word document. The fun part, right? Yeah, because sometimes it picks up things wrong. I had a thing that did dictation, and I thought, God, this is so wrong. And I know I don't use it to say, call such and such, because I would always get the wrong person. It never understood me. No matter who I asked it to call, it called my ex-sister-in-law, who I did not want to speak to every single time. So I stopped using it. So, yeah, I'm ready for another sprint if you guys are. I have to do it the old-fashioned way of copy-pasting all those parts into a document. Fun, fun, fun. Since I don't have any more, I don't want to do the main beta reading stuff corrections until I have everybody's thing. I fixed the stuff, the small stuff that came in, and it was fixable, and I had one that came in, it was really weird. Somebody told me about it. I don't know who it was. And I looked at it in Google Docs, and it was definitely chopped off. The sentence was chopped off and down on the next line. So I went to Word to fix it, and I'm like, it's not cut off here. How can it be cut off there, but not cut off here? But I guess when I copied it over, something happened to it, and it dropped to the next line. It was really weird. All right, let's go then. Timer. 30 minutes. It will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Wow, that ended faster than I thought. I'm trying to switch files around here, renaming files, because I have number 2 is the one that I decided no, I don't want number 2 now. The person won't let me save the other because it's open. So I can't put the you can't put the information in, so I had to make a new file and make it just a little bit different. And then I made a new folder and put all the Angels Cove books in one file, so they're all in one piece. And now I can go ahead and name each one and do some work in them. That what a mess. And I had more than I had written, thought I had written on the 2 part. I still kind of like where that's going. I just don't know exactly where it's going, and it's going to wait. I made it number 4. It could change, but for now it's number 4. I might have to change all the names if I save names, go in and change things around some more. So, how'd you guys do? I did get something more. My blood sugar is not coming down. This cortisone this time, or at least shots really are getting me. I can't bring my sugar down for nothing. I'm giving it more and more insulin, and it's not coming down. Anyone back? That's good. Glad you're back. Didn't get as much fun as I had hoped it would. We should have a document ready to start transferring all that up. My son is up making a lot of noise on this video game. I think I'm going to retire until he goes to work in the morning. I'll try and discuss some of your story before bed. Okay. Nice you stopped by, Nominee. Glad to have you anytime. We'll see you another time, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, it's just a rough draft, something I threw together. It's certainly not in any way worked over. Because when I write stories for prompts, I don't make a big deal. I look for any glaring errors, but I don't do a big edit thing on them. All right, I'll see you again soon. Good night. According to StreamYard, I've got 5 people here. I don't know who these 5 people are. I've been interacting with 2 of you. So, Amelia, are you back? Wasn't sure if you were still here or not. Well, I'm a lead left. Since we have 5 people. I don't know who they are. Because it's just you and me. As far as I know. Unless somebody's here is not saying anything. A lot of people, though. Usually 1 or so. But it says there's 5 people here. Start watching YouTube on your phone. Mine's been lighting up all night with notifications. I don't know what else going on, but at least they're not making noises. They're just lighting my phone up. Are you writing anymore? Probably should be going to bed, though, getting some sleep where I'm not productive. That's what I was wondering. Are you writing anymore or not? I wrote a sentence. Interesting. The whole sentence. Mostly thinking of my character's suffering and daddy issues I have planned. I've had enough popcorn. Oh, I got popcorn on it before. She's gonna shoot me tomorrow when she sees the smoke. I need to cut the milk out too. I remember eating so much, way so much. It didn't even be funny. I have a doctor appointment tomorrow. Hope they don't make me get on the scale. See, what time do I have to be there? I have to be there at 12:15. To leave here about 12. I have to get up around 11. Ugh. Well, we're down to 4, so I think Monique is now out. I don't think anybody else is here but you and I. Nobody else is. There's BA left. Nobody else is commenting. Greg left. Maybe people just came in and left it on. A lot of people do that. Gives you watch time. I do that a lot too. To people. Sign on and then have it running. It shows them, as having watch time. It's just good for analytics. If you want to go, just let me know. I can do my work with or without. I'll just turn this down and don't have to worry about setting timers or anything. Just mostly work on what I want to do. I gotta clean some of this paper up though. I've got so many things. Plus I have to look at how that new glucose monitor works that I got that I have to stick in my body somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where yet. I already got the tubing for the insulin monitor in my belly. And now I'm going to find out where this has to go. Because it has to be someplace where I can put the monitor. It has a little monitor I have to carry around. Can't use my phone because I wanted the alarm on it. So the one I have has an alarm. But I can't use my phone. So it means carrying two pieces. So I have to carry that keep a check on my blood sugars, and I have to keep my phone on me. So I'll be carrying two things around. If I did the other one, I could get it combined on my phone and use an app. Yeah, you probably should go to bed. Don't sound like you're doing much. You're just sitting there blindly watching it. I gotta do that still, too. All right. I've been on for almost 8 hours, so certainly time to turn this thing down. Okay, Amelia. Thanks for stopping by. See you again soon. Good night.